in our course on leading teams. The goal of this course is to help you manage and lead your team to success. This is one of my favorite topics. We've been studying teams for the last 12 to 13 years, really trying to understand what can you do to help your team develop, grow, and ultimately deliver the results that you aim and aspire to. And we've learned a lot from our research. We're going to share with you some of the best practices, some of the concepts, some of the tools that you can use to lead your team to success. In this course, we'll have 4 different sessions. In the first session, I will work with you on how do you design your team for excellence. With respect to designing, how do you compose your team? How do you build in the right level of diversity? How do you set goals for your team? In that second session, I'll work with you on how do you structure your team in terms of roles and responsibilities? How do you set effective reward structures? We'll also talk about some of those informal structures in terms of the norms that you create for your team that really guide behavior. In the third and the fourth session, Maxim will come and share with you some of the best practices and latest research on team dynamics and team process. Really around how do you manage conflict? How do you promote commitment? How do you enable learning and growth in your teams? Those are some of the team processes and dynamics that we will talk about as part of this course, all with the aim for helping you manage and lead your team to success. To get us started, I want to share with you our framework on team design. And this is the framework that will guide our conversation, our discussion for the first 2 sessions in the Leading Teams course. This team design framework consists of 3 major components. The first component is composition. We're going to talk about how big should your team be and what are some of those trade-offs with small or big teams. We'll also talk about who's on your team in terms of demographics, personality, values, abilities. And how do you think about composition, diversity along these different attributes? This, again, will be part of this first session that we talk about. We'll also talk about team goals. How do you establish SMART goals in your team? How do you think about driving commitment to those goals? How do you balance some of the trade-offs between learning-oriented goals versus performance-oriented goals in your team? Composition, team goals, that'll be our focus in this first session. In the second session, we will spend a lot of time talking about structure. Again, formal structures, how do you establish different roles and responsibilities for your task work, and then as well as those informal structures like norms that are really going to guide your team's behavior. But this team design framework will really be our guide for our conversation and the discussion that we have together. And this framework is really closely aligned to that Michigan model of leadership that is woven through all of our courses as part of the Leading People and Teams specialization. That Michigan model that you see here in terms of building collaboration, driving innovation, having the appropriate structures in place so that you're able to bring people together toward the accomplishment of a shared objective or goal, and ultimately to deliver those results. That Michigan model of leadership will be woven through our conversation within this team design framework and beyond. So to get us started with this idea of composition and team goals, I want to start with a little quiz. I want you to answer a few questions, and these questions I want you to answer based on your experience. And then at the end of the course, maybe we'll revisit some of these questions to see if you still have the same answer or not. So here are some of the questions that I want you to think about. First, do you want a large team or do you want a small team? If I forced you to pick large or small, of course there are trade-offs, but which one do you think is most advantageous for you and your organization? Second question, do you want similar or different personalities on your team? There's lots of different personalities. Do you want people that are alike, or do you want people that are different in terms of personality? The third question, same question, but now focused on abilities. Do you want similar, or do you want different abilities on your team? Fourth question, Same question, but now focused on values. Do you want similar sets of values among your team members, or do you want diversity? Do you want difference in terms of values on your team? There will be trade-offs. Which do you want, similar or different? And then that fifth and final question. Should your team goals be specific and measurable? You will remember from our first course on inspiring and motivating individuals. We talked a lot about SMART goals, SMART objectives, and specific and measurable were two of those dimensions. Now when you think about your team, not just individuals, but your team, should those goals be specific and measurable for your team? These are the questions I want you to start with, and then we will revisit those over time.
Well, I think, our teams are definitely client aligned. So if I was just going to start, walk into a room and say, okay, let's build the team, you would effectively list out the skills you need. So you need people that have relationships with the client. You need people that have industry experience so they can talk to the competitiveness of what the client's interested in. You need people that can model and do the analytics. You need people, originally at a different part of our dialogue, we talked about relationships and trust. You need people that can connect with the client. And you need people that can represent the different facets of Morgan Stanley. So if you're a great new tech startup and we're going to take you public and you're going to come into some significant money, which we hope you do when we take you public, we need to make sure we have the right team of private wealth managers there to help you manage that wealth. And so it's really just understanding what skills are needed and then understanding what talent you have and bringing it together.
So let's start with the first element of team composition, and that is size. How big is your team going to be, or how small is your team going to be? Let's start by reflecting on your current team, or the team that you worked in most recently. Could be in school, could be at work, could be a sports team that you were part of. But how big is that team? And I want you to think about, from your perspective and your experience, what were the advantages of that team size, whether it be small or large? And what were the disadvantages of that team size? Again, whether it's small or large. Go to the discussion forum and share with your classmates your own experience with team size and what you see as those advantages and those disadvantages. And see if your experiences line up with, or maybe even are different from, those of your classmates. And then we will go into what we know from our research on team size and its impact on team functioning and performance. So start with the discussion forum, see what your classmates have to say, and then come back and we will proceed with trying to understand really what the impact of team size is on team functioning and performance when we look across teams around the world. All right, welcome back. Hopefully you had an opportunity to really engage with your classmates on this notion of team size and what those advantages and disadvantages are. So we did a survey a couple of years ago asking managers and executives from around the world, really, on what their intuitions were regarding the benefits and the cost, the disadvantages of team size. And here's what we found. Some people really preferred larger teams, and the explanations that were given were more capabilities. The more people I have, the more capabilities I have in the team to perform the task, or the more resources that we have, whether those resources be information or relationships. But having those more resources, the greater access to resources, the more information, thus the more diverse inputs, thus the more ideas and possible solutions that we might have. So this is the logic or the explanation that was given for people who really preferred to have larger teams in place. But there was an equal set of people that really preferred smaller teams. And their explanation, equally valid. more cohesive. The smaller the team, the more cohesive or bonded, better trust within the team, higher satisfaction in the team because we can really get to know each other, really rely on one another. A lot of people will articulate that a key benefit of smaller teams is that we can make decisions faster. And if consensus is required, where everybody has to agree, it's a lot easier to reach that consensus when we have a smaller team as opposed to a much larger team. And then the last argument that's often given for preferring smaller teams is that we get more effective individual contribution. In those larger teams, it's easier for people to hide. You'll recall a concept that Maxim talked with you about in the first course that we offered around inspiring and motivating individuals and the impact of social loafing. Well, the impact or the possibility of social loafing is much greater when you have a larger team. But when you have a smaller team, you can really isolate those effective individual contributions. So there are trade-offs. There are pros and cons. Larger teams, smaller teams. And the question I would ask you is, can both of these be true? Are there certain cases where larger teams are preferred? Are there certain situations where smaller teams are preferred? And that's a question I want you to keep in mind as we go forward and revisit in the discussion forum as I expose you to some of the latest research that we've been doing on team size. So a good example of that is this study. This is a study that was published back in 2009, and it really, I think, helps build the business case for why we care about team size. It focuses on innovation and creativity in teams, and it looked at a number of different predictors of innovation in teams across a number of different studies, specifically looking at 24 unique studies, over 1,300 teams from around the world. And what I'm showing you here is the impact that each of these variables had on team innovation. So positive or negative, and then the larger the positive effect, the more beneficial that variable was for predicting team innovation. And the larger negative impact, the worse it was for team innovation. So interestingly, team size, of the variables that were examined as part of this meta-analysis, this study, team size was the number one positive predictor of team innovation, meaning on average, the larger the team, the more innovative the team was. And the impact of team size, that positive impact of team size on innovation, was stronger than job-relevant diversity, goal interdependence, so our goals being interdependent, task interdependence, or team longevity, how long we've been together as a team, or even how diverse we are in terms of our backgrounds as individual team members. So again, there is some evidence out there across a number of studies, across many different teams from around the world that team size has a positive impact on innovation. Now, an important question you have to answer is there a limit? Is there an extreme? Is there a limit to how many people are favorable for innovation? After some point, does the innovation get reduced in the team because there's so many people in the team? And that's a question we'll revisit. Another study that I think is particularly interesting in this regard, related to team size and why we should care and really building the business case for team size, doesn't focus on team performance. It focuses actually on firm performance. And it looks at top management teams, so the C-suite of your organization. For example, in tech startups, in high technology, early stage startup organizations, there's evidence to suggest that the size of the founding team positively predicts, meaning the larger the team, the better, positively predicts how fast these startups grow and ultimately the positive cash flow that these startups experience. That's interesting. A lot of times we think about keeping that founding team small. What we actually find is that team size positively predicts growth and cash flow in these startups. Again, there might be a certain limit to that, but positive relationship between size and, in this case, firm performance. And then one of the most fascinating studies, for me at least, is this one, where it looks at not the top management team in this case, but the size of the board of directors, both for large firms and small firms. And there is a difference. Firm performance here is measured both by market-based measures of performance, so stock returns, as well as accounting-based measures of performance, net income, for example. But for both of those measures of firm performance, we find that board of director size, the more members on the board of director, on average, the better the firm performs, both for large and small firms. But the impact of board size on firm performance is greater for small firms than it is for large firms. Again, there may be a certain limit, but on average, what we find is the bigger the board of director, the better that firm performs. Very interesting and I think counterintuitive for a lot of us, including my friends at Amazon. Jeff Bezos is famous for his commentary at an Amazon off-site retreat. This is an internal retreat where a manager stood up during the retreat and said that what Amazon really needed was for employees to start communicating more with each other, more team communication, more open communication. And Jeff Bezos, the current CEO of Amazon, stood up, at least according to reports from this internal off-site retreat, and the quote went something like, "No, communication is terrible. We don't need more communication. We don't need more team members communicating with each other." And since I really started to think about, what Jeff Bezos is trying to communicate, and I think what he's trying to communicate is there's a limit to the number of people that can really contribute and work together. And Jeff went on to clarify his point of view on team size with what he calls the two pizza rule. If a team cannot be fed with two pizzas, then it's too large. So in his mind, there's a too small and there's a too big. And somewhere in the middle is just right. And just right in his world is, can I feed it with two pizzas? And so that's an interesting way of thinking about it. It certainly depends on your appetite and the appetite of your team members, but it at least gives us a ballpark for how to think about what is the optimal team size. And there's actually research on trying to figure out what is that optimal team size. And so let me share with you some of the, I think, most fascinating studies really trying to discern or identify what is that optimal size. In 2006, in a Fortune magazine article, Jerry Useem quoted the original study that was done by Richard Hackman and Vidmar all the way back to 1970 on this. And it said that large team size is bad and too small is also bad. And there's an optimal number in there. And the optimal number is 4.6 team members. So I encourage you to figure out how you can get the 0.6 in your team. But it at least gives you the ballpark of between 4 and 5. Jerry, in this case, in this Fortune article, was quoting research by Hackman and Vidmar in the early 70s. But that research is often misquoted. This is a report that Richard Hackman wrote for a government agency in 1971, summarizing those findings they had back in 1970. And the quote reads, "Among other findings, the study suggests that group size, which leads to optimal satisfaction of team members, is between 4 and 5. So that 4.6 number is really about optimal satisfaction of group members. But continue reading this quote. It is not the size, 4.6, is not the size which necessarily leads to maximal effectiveness of the team. In their original research, they actually found that teams that were smaller than 4, in some cases 3, as well as larger, up to 7 or 8 team members, actually performed more effectively than did 4 or 5 person groups. So again, you really have to ask yourself, am I after satisfaction or am I after effectiveness of the team? And since we've been doing a lot of research on size and effectiveness, and here's essentially what we've found. If you think about team effectiveness on the y-axis, low to high, and you think of team size from 1 to 5, 10, 15, and so on, what we find is a skewed bell curve that looks like what I'm showing you here, where there is an optimal amount, and it's somewhere between 5 and 10. And this ranges across different situations, different environments. When we average it out, what we find is the optimal team size is really between 5 and 10. Anything larger than 10, what we find on average is that teams begin to suffer from increased relationship conflict, process and coordination cost, and social loafing, all things that Maxim will talk more about when we really dive deeper into team processes and dynamics later in the course. But again, between 5 and 10 on average produces that optimal effectiveness. Whether it's 5, whether it's 10, whether it's 4, whether it's 11, 7 or 8, ultimately is going to depend on the task structure, the environment, really what is needed from your team. But for you, when you think about who's on my team and how big should my team be, you want to start by thinking in that 5 to 10 range for your optimal effectiveness. If you're after satisfaction, somewhere smaller, 4 to 5, ultimately delivers the highest level of satisfaction. 5 to 10 on average, the optimal level or the highest level of team effectiveness. So we've talked about team size. Again, we're still focused on composing your team, building your team. How big is it and who is going to be on your team? So we've talked about the trade-offs, the pros and cons of larger teams, smaller teams, and tried to figure out where is that optimal team size, whether you want satisfaction or effectiveness. Now I want to turn to who's on your team. And as soon as we ask the question, who should be on our team, you have to start thinking about diversity. Diversity of backgrounds, diversity of input, diversity of personalities. And here I like to use the imagery of an iceberg. With an iceberg, there are certain things above the water that you can see, and there's certain things below the water that you cannot see. And the same is true for diversity. In our research on diversity in teams, we differentiate fundamentally between what we call surface level diversity and deep level diversity. Surface level being those things above the water that you can see, deep level being those things below the water that are non-observable that you cannot see. So surface level diversity, for example, again, these are the observable characteristics of the person. Gender, race, nationality, age, at least in ballpark. Educational background is something that's often observable, maybe not just by looking at the person, but something that is reasonably known about the person and is relatively objective. But then there are all these attributes, all these characteristics of the person that are, again, what we call deep level diversity underneath the water that you cannot see, the non-observables. So these are the personality. Of course, you can observe behavior, but you can't directly observe the personality or the values of the person or the abilities, or even more so, the beliefs or the motivations or the motives of the person. And it's important for you as a leader of a team to really differentiate and think very carefully about how you manage surface level diversity versus how you manage deep level diversity. Now, interestingly, what we find in our research, on average, when we look across surface level and deep level diversity, is that both matter. Okay? So we'll explore these dynamics, but both of these aspects, surface and deep level diversity, matter. But interestingly, as teams work together over time for longer periods, they get to know each other. What we're finding in our work is that the effects of deep level diversity on team performance, team processes become greater over time as the team works together and gets to know each other relative to those surface level attributes. So over time, the impact of the surface level diversity goes down, whereas over time, the effect of the deep level diversity actually increases over time. And so before we even get started, again, I want you to reflect on the teams you've been part of, the team that maybe you're a part of now at work or otherwise. Maybe it's even a team that you are leading. And I want you to reflect on your own team. When you think about surface level diversity, for example, how much of that diversity do you have in your team? Does that surface level diversity, in your opinion, help or hurt your team? And how so? Likewise, for deep level diversity, how much deep level diversity do you have in your team? On what dimensions are you diverse or not diverse? And in your opinion, based on your observations, does that deep level diversity help or does it hurt your team? And how so? These are really important questions that I would encourage you, again, in the discussion forums with your classmates to really dive into and explore, share your experiences, and learn from the experiences of others. And what I'm going to do is share with you some of our latest thinking, our latest research, some of the data on surface level and deep level diversity so that you can compare our research, our data with your own experiences and develop your own point of view on how to best manage both surface and deep level diversity. So again, take a moment, go to the discussion forum, discuss, share, learn from, learn with your classmates on your own experiences, your own intuitions. And then we'll move forward with the actual research and data and work that we've been doing on these topics. So you had a chance to discuss with and learn from your classmates in terms of surface level and deep level diversity. Now let's look at a little bit of the research that we've been doing. Let's go back to this same study that I shared with you earlier, across 24 unique studies over 1,300 teams. And what we find, job-related or job-relevant diversity versus background diversity. Job-relevant diversity, which would often be things like abilities, has a positive effect on team innovation in this case, whereas background diversity, that would be something like race, nationality, could be educational background, could be functional background. On average, at least according to these studies or these data, has a negative effect on innovation. And so that would be something to think about with respect to your own team. But what's important is to really then go even deeper into the specific dimensions of job-relevant or job-related diversity and background-related diversity. Because what we find is certain dimensions of background diversity have a positive effect, and other dimensions of background diversity have a negative effect. And here's an example. So surface-level diversity and innovation. The study I'm going to share with you was based on a sample of 199 banks, largely in the United States. And so this is in the financial services industry. And the outcome here that we're interested in, again, is innovation within teams. The innovations in the banks took the flavor of both technical innovations, so that could be related to the technology that's underlying bank operations, as well as administrative innovation, so sort of innovations in the managerial processes of the bank. And look at what's actually found here. In this study, they predominantly looked at age, tenure, members of the team, how long they've been with the organization or the team, education level, and functional background. And what's very interesting here is age has really no effect in terms of the average age of the team, and if any effect, maybe a little bit negative. Variance here, variability, represented by VAR, means how diverse or how heterogeneous the group is in terms of age. So low variance would be everybody's the same age. High variance would be I have some that are young and some that are older. Interestingly, the variability of age, zero impact on innovation in this case in these banks. Tenure, you can see here, average tenure, the longer the people have been with the team, the less innovation you see. And the greater the variability in tenure, the less innovation you see. But then look at education and functional background. On average, the more educated the team, the more innovative. And then with functional background, the more variability we have in the team in terms of functional background, functional being we have some people from marketing, some people from finance, some people from operations. That would be a high variance in terms of functional background, a high variance team. Whereas if everybody was from marketing, that would be a low variance team. What we find is that the more variability or variance we have in functional background, the more diversity, the better our team performs in terms of innovation. So on average, the more innovative banks are managed by more educated teams who are diverse with respect to functional areas of expertise. So I give you these data to emphasize that as a manager, what you have to be able to do is determine what are the dimensions of diversity that matter for what I'm trying to accomplish in my team. If I'm trying to drive innovation, for example, then it's likely that on average, I want more highly educated people in my team. And then if innovation's the goal, what I really want is diversity in terms of functional backgrounds. People coming from different functions, different backgrounds with different areas of expertise so that we can combine their inputs into something that's more creative and innovative. Again, what do you require of your team? Is it innovation? Is it efficiency? And then on what dimensions would you need diversity? Very important when thinking about these surface level diversity characteristics. But it's also important to recognize that it's not just about the level of diversity or even the variability of that diversity within the team. I gave you mean and variability here with this study of banks, but it's not just about the level, the mean, or the variability. We've been studying something over the last decade or so that we call fault lines, demographic fault lines. And I'm giving you an example here to start the conversation, and then we will explore it to a much greater degree in our next session. But I give it to you simply to reinforce that it's not just about the level of diversity in your team. So I've given you an example here with 3 different teams, or 3 different groups, 1, 2, and 3. And what you see are the characteristics, the demographic and functional background characteristics of the 4 team members in each team. And then the overall assessment of diversity and what we call fault line strength. So look at group 1. Everybody's white. 2 members are female, 2 members are male. Everybody is relatively young and they're all from sales. So if you were to characterize that team other than race, diversity is really low. And what we call fault line strength is weak. And what I mean by fault line will become clear in the next example. So now look at group 2. What you have are 2 whites, 2 blacks, 2 males, 2 females, 2 people that are older relative to 2 people who are younger, 2 people in their 30s, 2 people in their 50s, and then 2 people from the maintenance function and 2 people who are plant managers. So from a diversity point of view, it's low, maybe moderate in that regard. Okay? We don't have every race. We don't have a full spectrum of age, and we only have 2 functions per se. So low to moderate diversity. But what we refer to as fault line strength is extremely strong here. For example, the first dimension of diversity, race, white versus black. But then the next dimension of diversity, gender, is exactly aligned with race. The whites are male, the blacks are female. Keep going. The white males are also the part of the older group versus the black females who are both in that younger group. And then same with function. So what we have here is what we call a fault line, where it's similarity on multiple dimensions, creating subgroups that are extremely strong on these demographic fault lines within the group. Now, the third group I give you to illustrate that you can have an extremely diverse group, but very, very weak fault lines, where everybody's different on every dimension: function, age, gender, and race. And so what you're really looking for in these fault lines is the subgroup formation. And so what I'd like you to do is think about your own team. And do you have demographic fault lines in your team? And that's where we'll pick up on the next session. So I've given you this tool that enables you to map your team's demographic fault lines. Now, you may be in multiple teams, so you may have to do the exact same thing that I've done here and take your different teams and map each one of them. But what'd you discover when you mapped out your demographic fault lines in your team? Did you discover very high or very low diversity? What about fault line strength? Weak or very strong? Were you able to identify any subgroups that are formed based on similarities of multiple demographic dimensions? Race, gender, age, functional background, educational background, whatever the case may be. What we're finding in our latest work is that these demographic fault lines have fundamental implications for how teams function and how well they perform. And so I'm going to share with you a few of the insights that we've discovered. And as you think about your own team and where some of those fault lines may exist, I want you to think about what you've observed in your team and whether or not your experiences line up with the findings from our research. Now, I'll have a little bit of a spoiler here in that fault line seems or sounds like it would have a negative effect on team performance. And in some of our studies, we do find that. But I will tell you, in some of our studies, we find positive effects for fault line strength. And so it's not that as if fault lines are bad or good. What we have to understand is how they impact how teams function. And so let's explore. One study that I found particularly interesting to establish whether fault lines affect how teams function is a study that looked at fault line strength on 3 different bases. One was demographic, what we've been talking about: race, gender, education, functional background, age, those sorts of things. But it also looked at fault line strength based on ability, as well as based on personality. And what was found in this study is that demographic fault lines do matter, and they matter significantly. They actually reduce cohesion in the group at large, and they increase the level of conflict in the team. Whereas ability and personality fault lines did not have a real impact on either cohesion or conflict. And so the answer to the question, do fault lines affect team functioning? The answer is yes, but it depends on what type of fault line we're talking about. Demographic fault lines, on average, at least according to these data, have a negative effect on team functioning, whereas ability and personality fault lines have at least a lesser effect on team personality. Now, interestingly, there's also evidence suggesting that demographic fault lines, they reduce cohesion for the team overall, but they actually increase cohesion for subgroups within the team. Where the fault lines split up subgroups, what we find is cohesion is reduced for the team overall, but it's increased for those subgroups. And so if you're finding in your teams at work or school or sports, if you're finding that your teams, that there are subgroups that are really strong within the team, and those subgroups often will detract or hurt team performance, it could be because you have really strong demographic fault lines that are creating really strong subgroup identities and really strong cohesion within each of these subgroups. Where if I'm part of this subgroup, I don't see myself as part of this other subgroup, and vice versa. And that can be very dangerous for how your team performs. And so it really depends on how you think about where cohesion is. Am I thinking cohesion overall, or am I thinking about these subgroups? Those subgroups could be the reason why we see increased conflict when we have stronger demographic fault lines. So the answer to the question, do fault lines affect team functioning? Absolutely yes. Depends on the type, whether it's demographic, ability, or in this case, personality. Now, interestingly, we've also done research on whether these fault lines can have an effect on how firms perform, not just teams. And we find, yes, in fact, they do. When we look at the top management team, again, generally the C-suite, the CEO, the COO, the chief financial officer, chief marketing officer, that group of individuals within an organization, we can study fault lines there as well. And in some firms, we find there are very weak fault lines. And in some firms, we find that there are very strong fault lines. In this study, we looked at over 2,100 decisions across 25 Dutch firms. And these decisions were whether or not the firm should expand internationally outside of the Dutch region, if you will, or not. And in particular, how novel was that expansion decision in terms of where to go internationally? Was the firm going to a place that it had never been before? That was considered a very novel foreign expansion decision versus firms where the decision to expand was in places that were either closer to their core headquarter base, if you will, or further out into novel territories. And so here what we're looking at is the effect size of a variety of different variables on whether or not the firm decided to expand in regions around the world that were extremely novel and different. And what we find is that in terms of statistical significance, the greater the international experience in the team, the more likely that team is to decide to invest in a novel foreign territory. So again, we're looking at the top management team, and we're looking at their average level of international experience. And what we find is the more global international experience they have, probably the more knowledge they have of different foreign territories, the more comfort they have with those territories, the more likely they are to invest in those novel territories. But here's where it gets really interesting, is the stronger the demographic fault line is within the top management team, the less likely that team is to invest in a novel foreign territory. So if you consider novel foreign investment as one metric of innovation, creativity, risk-taking for firms and their top management teams, these demographic fault lines in that top management team are directly impacting these foreign expansion decisions. And that we find the stronger the fault line, the less likely that team is to invest in a novel foreign territory. Again, fault lines, top management team having a really strong impact on firm strategic decision making across over 2,100 decisions that firms were making. So a big impact. If I take that even to another study, this study was done, a good friend of mine, Don van Nippenburg, and his colleagues a few years ago in the UK, focused on manufacturing firms in the UK, and again, their top management teams. And what he found is that weak versus strong fault lines impacted firm profitability. And what he found is that a strong fault line, similar to the prior study, had a significant negative effect on firm profitability. So the prior study was looking at foreign expansion, innovation, risk-taking, those sorts of things. In this case, von Nippenburg and his colleagues are looking at basic profitability of the firm and finding that when the top management team does not share a common goal, does not share or at least feel like it shares a common vision, common goal, common objective, when the top management team does not share that objective, the strong fault line, the strong demographic fault line, has a severe negative effect on firm profitability. But importantly, a top management team that shares a vision, shares objectives, shares a common goal, what we actually find is the negative effect of that fault line is offset to the point that there is no negative impact on profitability. Very important, because what we're learning here is the importance of a shared vision and shared goals, because you cannot always choose your team members. Sometimes you're going to just be given a team and you're going to inherit or be given these demographic fault lines. And if that is the case, you must develop shared vision, shared goal, shared objective to offset the negative impact of that fault line. So there are ways to overcome the negative effects of these, in this case, demographic fault lines. Shared vision, shared goal, shared objective. So be careful of these demographic fault lines. Map out your teams. Understand where team members are at. Identify the fault lines where you have subgroups, where those subgroups are formed by similarities on multiple demographic dimensions. And if you have very, very strong fault lines, you have to be careful, very careful, because diversity has both pros and cons. Diverse backgrounds and inputs, a very strong advantage of demographic diversity. The con, however, is increased probability of conflict, greater social loafing, etc. And what we're finding is the stronger the fault line, the greater likelihood of teamwork breaking down and falling trapped to some of those negative implications of diversity, especially if you don't have people in the team who really believe in the benefits of diversity. We have research that shows that unless you have norms for open communication in the team, these strong fault lines can be extremely detrimental. And then, of course, the one that I shared with you in terms of shared objectives as well. So far, we've talked a lot about surface level diversity, demographics, education, functional background. We talked about the impact of different levels of surface level diversity. We talked about variability on these surface level dimensions. And we also talked about fault lines. Now what I want to do is turn our attention to some of these deep level diversity attributes that people bring with them to the team. They're non-observable, but they have huge effects on how your team performs and ultimately how you have to manage that team in order to drive that team's performance and deliver the level of excellence that you aspire to. The first dimension that we're going to talk about is personality. Personality in teams. And there are lots of different ways to think about and conceptualize personality. The Myers-Briggs version of personality is one that many people around the world are familiar with. So I give you that one here as an example. Some of you may be INTJs or ENFPs, INFJs. If you're not familiar with the Myers-Briggs typology of personalities, you can simply look it up on the internet, Myers-Briggs personality dimensions. There's even free assessments that you can take online that will help you understand where you fall in terms of your personality configuration. And you can also do assessments of your team members in terms of where they fall. And it can be a helpful diagnostic just as a conversation tool of, well, I'm an INTJ and you're an ENTJ. So we share a lot of personality dimensions, but you're more introverted, I'm more extroverted, or vice versa. What does that mean for how we work together? And so that might be a helpful diagnostic. Another version of personality is what we call the Big Five. The Big Five includes extroversion, conscientiousness, agreeableness, openness to experience, and what we call emotional stability. Susan Cain wrote a wonderful book on extroversion versus introversion called Quiet. If you haven't read it, I highly recommend it. What she really explained was the spectrum of extroversion and introversion. Extroverted people preferring more stimulating social environments versus introverted people preferring that less stimulating, less social environment. And that being a core dimension of this personality and being one of the Big Five. Conscientiousness. This is really attention to detail or how much you strive for achievement. Would be the more you strive for achievement, the more attention you have to detail, the higher you are in conscientiousness. The less you do those things, the lower you are. Agreeable versus disagreeable. We all know people who are highly agreeable, will go along with pretty much anything. And we also know people who are generally disagreeable, that will want to argue just for the sake of arguing. Same with openness to experience. We know people who are generally open to trying new things, trying new experiences, experimentation. We often know people who are not open to new experiences. They like their routine, for example. And then last but certainly not least is what we call emotional stability. These are the folks that if you're highly emotionally stable, no matter how much adversity you face, no matter how much unexpected events come your way, you're able to stay calm. not too positive, not too negative, as opposed to folks who lack that emotional stability, or what we often refer to in the personality research world as more neurotic, where depending on the situation, they're either really high or really low, really positive or really negative. And those are the folks that are less emotionally stable. I really prefer the Big Five typology of personality for thinking about teams. One, because we can really get our hands around and understand these 5 dimensions of personality. And there's extensive research validating the importance of each of these dimensions for how individuals perform in organizations, but importantly for this course, how teams perform and how you want to configure your team with these different personalities so that you can get the best out of your team. So let's start there. Let's first map your team's personality profile. So similar to what we did with the surface level demographic diversity, I'd like you to map your team members on each of the Big Five. And so again, you may have multiple groups. You may just have one group that you want to focus on. But go through each of your team members. And you don't necessarily have to give them a formal personality assessment. You observe their behavior every day. If you want to give them an assessment, if you want to go ask them, perfectly fine. But chances are you at least have some intuitions, or you can make some assumptions about where each of your team members fall. So member A, member B, C, and D. If you have more than 4 team members, feel free to add to the personality mapping tool here. But for each of these individuals, how extroverted or introverted? How open to experience are they? How conscientious or non-conscientious? How agreeable or disagreeable? How emotionally stable or neurotic are they? Do your assessment and then reflect on how much diversity in personality do I have? Do I have a high level of diversity in personality? Do I have a low level of diversity in terms of personality? And then where's my team average on each of these dimensions? If I look across the team, are we on average more extroverted or more introverted? And for each of the Big Five, do this analysis. Really think deeply about your individual team members. And then come back to me and I'll share with you some of our latest, what I consider cutting edge research, understanding the impact of team personality on things like conflict and ultimately performance in your team. So let's pick up on your team personality profile. Maybe go to the discussion forum and share with your classmates what you learned about your team as you diagnosed and analyzed your different individual team members and their personalities. How much diversity in personality do you have? What's the average when you look across the team? And then importantly, what are your intuitions about what the impact of that personality team profile would be on your team's performance or key processes like creativity, conflict, communication, those sorts of things. Now that you've had a chance to assess and analyze your own team, I want to share with you some of the insights we've learned from our work and our research across different organizations. So here's one. We often talk about conflict, and when Maxim talks with you about team processes, conflict will be one of those really important processes that you want to dive deep into. But generally, we understand what conflict is, and task conflict is when we're really focused on the task itself, and we disagree on how best to accomplish that task. So whether we have low task conflict or high task conflict, and ultimately how that conflict impacts team performance, what we find in our research is it actually depends on the personality of the team. When the team is really not open to new experiences or different ways of thinking, not open to new ways of doing things, what we find is that task conflict has a pretty strong negative effect on team performance, as you can see here with the blue line in the graph. But look at the other line, that gold, or as we at University of Michigan like to call maize line. When your team is really open to new experiences, new ways of thinking, new ways of being and acting, really high openness, task conflict can actually help the team perform better, has a positive effect relative to less task conflict. And so ultimately, the impact of conflict really depends on the team's personality, in this case, openness. Now, interestingly, what we find is we find a very similar pattern for emotional stability. When there's a lot of conflict, you want people who are emotionally stable, who don't get too positive or too negative, don't overreact to that conflict. And that's exactly what we find here. When we have high levels of conflict and the team is really low in emotional stability, or in this case, the opposite would be highly neurotic, what we find is that conflict, that high task conflict, can have a severe negative effect on team performance. But in contrast, what we find is the opposite effect for task conflict when our team is really emotionally stable. When we're able to stay calm, we can handle that conflict more effectively and turn that conflict into a positive for our team and ultimately perform better. Really important insights for how personality interacts with team processes that, again, you will dive much deeper into with Maxim in a couple of sessions to try and understand how do we effectively manage these conflicts. But when you think about composing and designing your team, there are things you can do now that will help you when this conflict comes. Importantly, in this case, according to these data, really focus on building an openness to experience or selecting people for your team who are open to new experiences, new ways of thinking, new ideas. Selecting and composing your team of people who are really emotionally stable will help you use the conflict for good as opposed to allowing that conflict to detract from your team's performance. Now, in a different study, we've also found that team personality has an impact not only on conflict, but creativity as well. So what you see here on the x-axis is the number of people in the team that are high on extroversion. So just to reiterate or reinforce what extroversion is, extroverted team members are those that are really social, really outgoing, really get their energy from stimulating social environments. People who are low on extroversion, or what we call introverts, are people who really get their energy from less stimulating, less social environments. And so what we're seeing here is that the impact of extroversion on team creativity is actually conditional on how much confidence there is in the team on their ability to perform the task. In this case, the creative task. It's a new product development task that they're working on. And so what we find is that the more extroverts in the team, when they're less confident, actually hurts the team's creativity. But the more extroverts in the team, when that team is confident in their ability to perform this creative task, that extroversion, which generates more communication, more ideas, more sharing of information, actually helps drive that creativity in the team. Very important insight. Now, interestingly, we find a very similar effect for openness. Openness, the more open people you have on your team can really help drive creativity, but only really when that team is also confident in its ability to deliver on that creative, in this case, new product development task. So there's this interaction between personality and confidence that's important to understand. So what's the implication for you? If creativity is the goal, you want people who are extroverted, you want people who are open, but you're going to have to build that confidence within the team that they can perform and deliver on this creative task. Because if they're not confident, that extroversion, that openness can actually undermine your creativity. So select people who are extroverted, select people into your team who are open, and then work as the team leader to build that team's confidence in their ability to perform this creative task. So what happens when we look across teams? What I'm sharing with you here is the latest meta-analysis on personality, again, the big five, and its impact on team performance. Because thus far, I've been looking at just the average level of personality within the team. But teams are composed of individuals, and individuals have different personalities. And so what's the average level of personality on each dimension? How heterogeneous is the team? So how much variability or variance is there? Diversity in personalities. But then we also get interested a lot of times in what's the max or the min. So if we look at our 4 or 5 team members, who has the highest level of conscientiousness? And does his or her level of conscientiousness predict team performance? What about the minimum level? Interestingly, what we find is that the average level of personality has a much greater effect than the maximum, the minimum, or in this case, the diversity or heterogeneity of personality. What you're looking at here are called meta-analytic correlations. The positive correlations mean that as conscientiousness increases, so does team performance. The negative correlations, for example, with conscientiousness and heterogeneity. In this case, the more heterogeneous my team is in terms of conscientiousness, the more diversity, the worse my team performs. And then the minimum that you see here is that minimum level of conscientiousness, predicting team performance, or agreeableness in this case. When you diagnose or analyze your team, you not only want to pay attention to the average, but you want to pay attention to the max, the min, and the variability as well, because each of these can impact the team's performance. Now, what we find when we look across all of the studies in history published on personality and team performance, the average has the strongest effect. But the minimum, when we're talking about conscientiousness and agreeableness, for example, is equally important, if not more. And for heterogeneity, if we're going to look at diversity, it's really about conscientiousness. Anything about above 0.15, 0.2 is a pretty significant correlation in this case. Anything above 0.3, bordering on 0.4, is quite strong, to put that into context. So again, what's the implication for you when I look at these data? When you're selecting team members into your team, you want to think very carefully about conscientiousness, and you want to think very carefully about agreeableness. You want to make sure the average is as high as possible, and that the minimum in your team is as high as possible. You do not want a really low person on conscientiousness and agreeableness if you can help it. That would be, if I had to point to one implication of these data for how you compose and build your team, conscientiousness and agreeable, we want as high of an average as possible and a low minimum. Emotional stability, openness, we want the average for those dimensions to be high as well. Things like extroversion, it's going to be conditional on our ability to build things like the confidence in the team and those sorts of other dimensions to really drive team performance. So hopefully that helps give you some data and some insights on how you would think about personality and using personality to compose your team. And if you have the opportunity to select new team members into your team, how's that new personality going to fit best with the personalities that you currently have on your team, which would help you think about the average, the heterogeneity, that max and that min as well. So hopefully you can use those insights, map out your team's personality profile, see where the gaps are, and ultimately begin to compose your team by selecting people who provide you the best mix of personalities for the task and the goal that you have in your team. We talked about personality as a key deep level diversity dimension of teams and how team personality impacts conflict, team functioning, and ultimately performance. Another deep level diversity dimension that I want to talk about is values. And values are non-observables. They're personal. We also, many of our values come from cultural traditions and histories that we've been part of. And so I want to talk about how we think about values in teams. And I'm going to have you map your team on the individuals and what you think of their values. And ultimately try and diagnose how variability or diversity in values ultimately impacts team functioning and performance. So when we think about values, what do we mean by values? And what are the different types of values that people around the world hold in common and that maybe are different as well? And so one of the frameworks that I often use is Schwartz. Schwartz is a researcher who does a lot of work on values and different cultural dimensions around the world, trying to discern what values do we hold in common, what values are different when we look at different cultures and nations around the world. And what you'll see here are dimensions such as tradition, conformity, security, power, achievement, what Schwartz calls hedonism, stimulation, universalism, benevolence, and so on. And you can see the spectrum or the circumplex that Schwartz has developed on the different values that people hold. And what he's found is, on average, people across the world hold these values. These are fairly universal. It's just depending on what culture or nation or group we're talking about. Some values are held stronger and some values are held weaker than others. So this gives you at least a framework for thinking about the values that might be present among individuals within your team. Another very similar set of values was developed by Hofstede and colleagues over time. And here I'm giving you just one version of the output of their work, and it lists, depending on where you are in the world, Latin America or South Asia, North America, and so on, where you might fall in terms of these different value sets. But importantly, when we look at Hofstede's value dimensions, what we find is there are really 5 core dimensions to analyzing values in any society, or in your case, in your team. So the first one is what we call power distance, high power distance or low power distance. So in power distance, for example, if you are my boss and I am high on power distance, a value that I hold is I hold you up here on a pedestal, and the separation between you and me is much greater than in societies where power distance is quite low, where even if you are my superior, I see us as more equals or peers, and that power distance is much lower. And societies differ on that tremendously. I do a lot of work in East Asia, Indonesia, Korea, and so on. And these are societies that have a really high power distance set of values, as opposed to in the U.S., for example, where on average power distance relative to other societies is much lower. Individualism or collectivism. So again, the UK, the United States, Australia, much more individualistic cultures relative to East Asia, Asia generally, the Middle East, certain parts of South America, which generally are more collectivistic. Individualism is people tend to focus on the individual and what individuals value. Collectivistic cultures tend to focus on what's best or appropriate for the group as opposed to individuals. The third dimension here, masculinity or femininity, is not about gender. It's not about being male or female in terms of gender, but it's about the values that are associated with those different genders. And so as a man, I can hold certain values that tend to be associated with more feminine association. Or even as a woman, one might hold values that tend to be associated with more masculinity. And so that's another value dimension. Fourth is uncertainty avoidance. This is really our tolerance for ambiguity or uncertainty. In certain cultures, we are very avoidant of uncertainty, and so we're high uncertainty avoidance. In certain cultures, we are low uncertainty avoidance. We're okay with uncertainty and ambiguity, and we don't avoid it. Again, your team members are going to differ on all of these. Last but certainly not least is long-term or short-term orientation. I would encourage you to think about where you fall on each of these value dimensions. Again, you can go online and there are a number of free assessments that you can use to assess where you are at on these dimensions. But importantly, I'd like you to think about your team. Again, using the same profile assessment that we've been using for personality, demographic diversity. Again, here we want to analyze where do our team members fall in terms of values and where are the differences? What level of diversity do we have? Are we on average high or low on each of these dimensions of power distance, individualism, uncertainty avoidance, masculinity, long-term versus short-term orientation? Again, if you're in one team or one group, do it for that one team. If you're in multiple groups or teams, do it for all of them. But what I want you to do is really think carefully about each of your team members. And again, you're making assumptions. You have intuitions based on working with these individuals and your own value set, where does each member fall? And where's the diversity in your team? And how would you assess your team overall in terms of, are we higher in terms of power distance, or are we lower in terms of power distance? Are we more individualistic, or are we more collectivistic in our team? Take a few minutes on your own and assess your team. And then go to the discussion forum, share some of the observations that you've had about your team. What did you learn about your team? How do these differences or similarities in values, do you think impact your team's functioning? Share with your classmates, learn from their experiences, and then come back and I'll share with you some of the data, some of the research that we've been doing on teams and values, and ultimately how values and diversity in values can impact teams and their performance. So you had a chance to assess and diagnose your own team in terms of similarities, differences in values among your team members. Now let's look at some of the research that's really informing how we manage our teams and ultimately how values impact team performance. So I'll give you one example, and there's extensive amounts of research on values and team functioning and performance, but I'll give you one example here, and this is another meta-analysis based on over 800 teams across a diverse set of organizations, regions around the world, different studies. And what you see here is collectivism, which is one of those 5 fundamental cultural dimensions. And I've aligned it with a preference for teamwork, which is another form of collectivism, another form of that value. And then what you see here is the impact, the correlation, if you will, between collectivism, the average level of collectivism, as well as the variance or diversity, or in this case, what I called heterogeneity of collectivism. So the average would be the average for the team, and heterogeneity would be how much variability or diversity on collectivism or preference for teamwork is there in the team. Some people are really collectivistic, some people are really individualistic, would be high heterogeneity, whereas everybody is collectivistic or everybody in the team is individualistic would be low heterogeneity. What you see here is the correlation between, in this case, collectivism and team performance. So what do we learn from these data? Well, we learn that greater levels of collectivism or greater levels of a preference for teamwork or group work leads to higher team performance. The correlation is positive and quite strong. So again, collectivistic cultures tend to be Asia, Middle East, South America. Contrast, United States, UK, Australia tend to be quite individualistic. Now, important to recognize, no matter where you are in the world, even if you're in the United States or you're in Asia, India, Middle East, where there's a dominant tendency, and you can learn your dominant tendency, there is global data that you can access via the websites listed here, where we've, collectively speaking, done research on national cultures across many different countries around the world to understand what are the dominant tendencies or themes, in this case on collectivism, around the world. And so depending on where you are, what country you're from, you can go to these websites and look and see, where does my country fall relative to other countries around the world? Very interesting data. But important to remember is that within any country, the United States, the UK, China, Japan, Korea, doesn't matter. Within any country, there is an extreme level of variability on each of these dimensions. So the US, for example, is a relatively individualistic culture when it's compared to a China or a Saudi Arabia. But even within the United States, we have individuals who are very individualistic, and we have individuals who are extremely collectivistic. And so it's really important to remember as you begin to compose your team that what we find is on average people who are more collectivistic when put with other people who are more collectivistic, such that the team average is higher, those teams tend to perform well. But you as a leader, as a manager, you can also cultivate this collectivism. You can cultivate this preference for teamwork by ensuring that you have goals that are aligned with team performance. You can cultivate this collectivism by creating shared goals, a shared vision for what we can accomplish together. So again, people will come to you with their own values, their own individual preferences. You as a leader need to assess what those preferences are, understand where your team falls, in this case, for example, on collectivism and individualism, understand what you're working with, do the diagnosis, but then also understand that if you can increase the commitment to a collectivistic way of working in that team, collectivism, you can actually increase your team's performance. Very important to remember. Now, also important to remember is that a lot of this is also about cultural fit. Beginning in about 2001, 2002, I started studying a concept called person, organization, person-team fit. And this really is a perception that team members have, coworkers have, about how well they fit with their team members, how well they fit with their organization in terms of values. And there are other dimensions of fit, but in many cases we focus on how well do I think my values align with this other person's values? Or how well do I think my values align with my team's values? Or how well do I think my values align with my organization's values? Here what I'm reporting is a study by Amy Kristof Brown at the University of Iowa, where she and her colleagues looked at person-team fit. So how well do I as an individual team member feel that I fit with my team? And you can see different narratives or statements that people would make depending on whether they perceive low, moderate, or high fit. And what we find is that depending on whether your team members perceive that they fit, perceive that their values fit with the team's values, has fundamental implications on job satisfaction, how committed team members are to your team, how well you perform, how cohesive you are. And so ultimately, what you want to do is drive perceptions of fit. The more you can get team members to perceive, to feel, to believe that they are aligned in terms of their values with the values of their other team members, the value of their boss, the value of the team as a whole, even the value of the organization, can drive really positive benefits and outcomes for your organization and for your team specifically. So here's an example of data to back that up. So this is another study that was done again by Amy Kristof Brown and her colleagues, where they looked at the correlation between perceived fit with my team or my group, perceived fit with my supervisor, and perceived fit with my organization overall. And the correlation between that perceived fit and outcomes such as, in this case, job satisfaction, organizational commitment, intent to quit, that's whether or not I plan on staying or leaving the organization, group cohesion, and ultimately my performance as an individual employee or as an individual team member in your group. And what you see here is that the higher the level of perceived fit, on average, fit with the group, you get higher satisfaction, higher commitment, higher cohesion, higher performance, and less likely to leave the organization, less likely to quit. Similar set of effects for if I perceive that my values align with those of my supervisor. Higher job satisfaction. The effect on commitment is a little bit less, but also I perform better. Similarly, if I perceive that my values align with those of the organization, I'm more satisfied with my job, I'm more committed to that organization because my values are aligned with that organization, I'm less likely to leave, and a little positive effect on performance. But again, when you look across these data, perceived fit has an enormous impact on positive outcomes, satisfaction, commitment, cohesion, performance. So you as a manager, what you want to be thinking about is how do I take these data, okay? How do I take these data and use those to cultivate perceptions of fit within the team? So what you want to do is seek diversity on task-related attributes. You need that task-related diversity. We've already established that previously. That task-related diversity helps you be more creative, helps you perform better as a team. But then, in parallel to that, you have to be able to cultivate this perception of fit on values and goals. We share the same objective and we share the same values. We can come from different backgrounds, we can have different skills, we can have different functional areas of expertise. All of those are task-related attributes, diversity that's going to help us perform better as a team. But in order to capture the value of that diversity, that task-related diversity, we have to cultivate this notion of fit in terms of we share the same values and we share the same goals.
You don't just amass talent. If you amass just talent, you will not win. You have to build a team. And we're looking for those little, the spot, whether it's the manager or the first guy off the bench or the ninth guy in the game, the walk-on. He is just as important in our mind every day. And so we're always trying to engage with guys you may not think are primary people in your organization because they aren't as visible and they don't show up as much as far as what the people see. They're making things go. So we're always thinking the team, what's best for the team. And as Jeff Meyer, my one assistant, says all the time, and maybe some people around the world haven't heard of this, that the higher the tide, all the boats come up. And so we're always trying to raise that tide up so that everybody feels good about our team. And it really has worked very well for us to not like say, okay, these are the premier guys, we got to bow down to them, and these guys over here are just the walk-ons, are just the bench players. No, everybody's got equal importance.
An essential element of team design is goal structure. How are you going to structure the goals in your team? Thus far, in terms of team design, we've talked about how big your team should be, team size. We've talked about composition in terms of diversity, surface level and deep level diversity. Now we're going to talk about goal structure. Now, if you had an opportunity to engage in our Inspiring and Motivating Individuals course, we talked extensively about goals. We talked about how to set SMART goals. We talked about the advantages of SMART goals. We talked about the disadvantages of SMART goals. Some of those same themes will show up here. But what we're learning probably over the last 5 to 10 years is that what's true for individuals, what works for individuals in terms of goal setting, is not always the same that works for teams. And so we're going to spend a little bit of time thinking about and talking about what is the best optimal way to design and structure goals in the team so that my team performs at its best. I want to start with reflecting on and thinking about your own teams. So think of the team that you're working in currently, or if you're not working in a team right now, one that you worked in most recently. And the question that I want you to answer is, first, what are the goals, not necessarily the individuals within the team, but for the team? What are the team goals for this unit that you're working in or that you recently worked in? And then, in your opinion, based on your experience, are those team goals effective? Why or why not? Let's start with that reflection. I want you to go to the discussion forum, share your experiences, read and learn from other classmates' experiences, and try to figure out what is it about the goals in the team? What is it about how those goals were set that either enabled the goals to really be effective and help drive team performance, or maybe in some cases the goals actually got in the way of the team's performance? Try to discern what makes for effective goal setting in teams. And then we'll come back and I'll share with you some of the insights, the tactics, the strategies that we are learning and teaching about how to set goals in teams so that your team is performing at an excellent level above what even any individual team member might expect. Okay, so you had a chance to engage in the discussion forum, share with your classmates, learn from your classmates in terms of goals, goal setting in teams. What I want to do now is revisit some of the fundamental principles that we talked about in our course on inspiring and motivating individuals. I want to revisit some of those core concepts and share with you how, in some cases, we actually find differences when we look at teams and goal setting in teams. So one of the classic recommendations that we often give for setting goals with individuals is to ensure that the goals are SMART. And what do we mean by SMART? Specific, measurable, agreed upon, reasonable, and time-bound. And a question that we asked you in that course was, how do we make our goals even smarter? In the last few years, we've been doing research on SMART goals in teams. In particular, the specific dimension of the SMART framework. And what I want to share with you is some data that a colleague of mine, Jennifer Nargan out at Arizona State, myself, and a few others, what we discovered when we looked at specific goals in teams and the impact on performance. And in particular, the differences we found with regards to whether the team was performing what was a simple routine task or a complex novel task. And differences we found of whether or not we were talking about a specific learning goal or a specific performance goal. So just to be clear, a performance goal in this case might be to produce a certain number of widgets. A learning goal might be to learn something new about a particular aspect of the task. And we can set goals both for the performance and the outcomes, the outputs. We can also set goals for learning. And in organizations, in many organizations around the world, we see that organizations have goals for performance, and we see that organizations have goals for learning as well. Developmental objectives, for example, if you have development plans in your organization. And so what we learned in this study is the impact of the specific aspect of the goal depended both on the complexity of the task and what type of goal we were talking about. So what you see here is team performance on the y-axis, and then whether it's a simple routine task and a complex task on the x-axis. But then you see two different lines. Now, not surprisingly, both lines have a negative slope, meaning that as the task gets more complex, teams on average perform worse. That's not surprising, and here we've set the average of team performance at 0. And so you see the difference around that average. It's pretty intuitive that as the task gets more complex, the team's going to have a harder time performing that task. So that's why you see that negative effect. But look at the difference between these two lines. In particular, what we find is that if the team is given a specific learning goal, they actually perform worse than teams that are given specific performance goals. Now, you might think that the reason for that is because, well, one goal focuses on performance, and that's what we're measuring the team on, and the other goal focuses on learning. Well, what we actually find is that whether we look at performance or whether we look at whether or not the team learns, we find the exact same effect. So why is that? Well, what we find is that when we create very specific learning goals, so an example of a very specific learning goal would be learn about XYZ aspect of the team task, okay? versus a more general learning goal, which would be do your best to learn about the task generally. Something like that. Those specific learning goals, when in teams, focus individual team members' attention on very narrow elements of their tasks. And in particular, they make the team members work much more individually than as a team, which means we see reduced levels of coordination, we see reduced levels of communication across team members, and we just see less teamwork generally, which in that really complex task, we miss opportunities for learning and innovation because it's in those complex tasks where we most need team members to be communicating, coordinating, really sharing their information, their diverse inputs, ideas, backgrounds to really create that learning opportunity and innovation and creativity. It's in that complex task where that coordination, communication, and teamwork is most important. But by having this super specific learning goal, we narrow individuals' attention to their specific aspect of the task, thus missing out on all the value of the teamwork. And so what we're now recommending is if you're going to set a specific performance goal, perfect, fine. But if your focus is on learning, you want in teams to set a more general learning goal and not be as specific as we would if we were applying the SMART framework to learning in teams. So that's one really important implication for you in managing your teams. Learning versus performance, simple versus complex tasks, specific versus more generalized goals. Now, another element that we talked extensively about when we looked at goal setting with individuals is goal difficulty. How difficult or challenging should we make the goals? And you'll remember this study that we shared with you, where when individuals accept the goal, when they're really committed to that goal, what we find is that as the goals get more difficult, we find that performance increases significantly with goal difficulty. So as the goals become a greater stretch, more challenging, when I'm really committed to that goal, my performance increases. But what happens when we take that to the team? What we actually find is it depends on the personalities in the team. So for example, easy versus difficult goals. And here I'm looking at the team's ability to adapt to changing conditions in their environment. And what we actually find is that if the team is assigned or set really challenging, difficult goals, that improves team adaptation and performance only if the team has what we call a learning orientation, which is really very akin or similar to a personality dimension. Learning orientation is the team understands that it's going to make some mistakes, but it's committed to learning from them. It has an open mindset to taking risks, to trying new things, all in service of learning. When you combine that high learning orientation with difficult goals, you get team adaptation. You get better team performance in these dynamic situations. But if you combine those difficult goals with the absence of that learning orientation, you actually see worse team adaptation and performance. And that's akin to what we find when we look at the counter to a learning orientation. Again, very much like a personality dimension, performance orientation. This is when the team as a whole is focused on proving to other people, maybe the boss, how well it can perform or avoiding making mistakes. The antithesis to a learning orientation. When you have difficult goals combined with a really high performance orientation, you actually find the team is less able to adapt and perform. What's the impact or implication for you? If you as a manager or a leader of your team, if you want to improve performance by setting difficult, challenging stretch goals, you better be sure that your team is cultivating and embracing a learning mindset, a growth mindset, a learning orientation, as opposed to that performance orientation where they're trying to avoid making mistakes or avoid looking silly or trying to prove to other people how good they are. You want them to be focused on taking a few risks, experimenting, being open to new ideas, and focused on learning. If you're really going to stretch those goals, make those more challenging. Now, when we talked about goal difficulty previously, we also talked about what happens when individuals reject their goals. They're not as committed to those goals. And what we find is that when you're not as committed, as goal difficulty increases, that goal difficulty actually decreases your performance. Not too surprising. We find something similarly interesting in teams, where when the team is committed to its goal, performance generally at the team level improves. But what we find is that is especially true when team members are extremely interdependent with one another. Interdependence is something you'll talk at length with Maxim about in one of our future upcoming sessions as interdependence in teams. What we mean is, I can't get my work done without you. If we are really interdependent on one another, we can't get our work done without each other. Okay? The extent to which your team is highly interdependent makes it ever more important that everybody in the team is highly committed to that goal. If you want goals to drive performance in your team.
Sometimes, God, it's so obvious that I hate to use this phrase, but you see the kid, he gets it. We say it all the time, he gets it. So, Spike Albrecht, one of our young men who's had a sensational career, it was like we are very truthful with them, knowing that the time is a friend of truth, and that we're telling them, you're only going to play 5 or 10 minutes a game. Do you understand that for 4 years? Do you understand that that's probably your max? You may go over, but that's probably it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I understand that. Where I think if we'd gone into that situation with him or someone else and say, hey, we see you as being the next superstar, even though we think we didn't need that at that time, we might have either not gotten Spike, or he would have come in and said they weren't really truthful to us. So I think as we search this out, we underpromise and then we hope to overdeliver to make sure they get it, they understand this is about the team. When we're recruiting guys, that every player we recruit thinks he's an NBA player, right? So, and that's fine. We don't want guys that necessarily are in a hurry to get there. They want to embrace. If they're in a hurry, that's good, and they're probably wonderful people. That's just not for the team concept. So that, I think, goes in all parts of life, that people that are in a hurry for their next job aren't going to do well in their job they have right now, and it's really worked well for us. Well, we watch a lot of video, and we also, obviously, in our practices, we will make a bigger to-do about the guy that threw the pass than the guy that scored the basket, the guy that dove on the floor as opposed to the guy that was on ESPN highlights. We're just always given this positive team reinforcement for the people that do the little things. And as a result, there's really the young man we're teaching, the staff as well, that there's two teams there, that there's never a time that I want them to have a suggestion which I don't think was a good idea. Think that wasn't a good idea. It wasn't something I thought about. That is a terrific thought for right now. I try not to leave them out there too much and say, but we're not going to use it right now, but I'm going to keep it in the back of my mind, maybe someday. And the same thing with as we get our team on board. I know there's going to be struggles during the year. I got to make that kid think he's really important to the team, even if he doesn't think he is.
The first thing you want people to think about is, how do I bring different thinking to the team? And it's just not a plug for diversity. I think it's a reality of life, right? If you look at the best ecosystems in the world, it's because people of different mind come together to produce greatness. And so that's the first thing I would, suggest to people: don't surround yourself with people that look like yourself. Secondly, or I don't mean look just in physicalness, but have the same educational background, go to the same spin class, whatever it is, right? Secondly, understand what you're really good at and what the gap is to what you're really good at. So if you have this real sense of self and you can be realistic about the skills that really could be leveraged and can go out and collect those skills, that collective team is going to be more effective.
So we've talked a lot about in terms of designing your team, both composition, goals. Let's do a quick recap of some of the key concepts and principles that we've talked about as part of this first session. One of the things we talked about was team size. Too big, too small, just right. There are trade-offs in terms of as your team gets too large, some of those process and coordination costs. But then if too small, you're not really taking the full advantage of that team. And so one of the things you're going to want to think about is how big is your team, and does it fit into that sweet spot of, say, 5 to 10 members of your team? If it's larger than that, what are the costs? If it's smaller than that, are you really taking advantage of that team concept to drive results for your organization? We talked about both surface and deep level diversity, demographics, personality, values. We talked about the concept of perceived person-group fit. We also talked about some of the fault lines that exist in teams when you have either surface or deep level attributes that are creating some of these fault lines in the group where people are different on multiple dimensions, but you have these subgroups and how that can create some conflict or lack of coordination in your team. So you have to be very, very careful on those demographic fault lines. And then team goals. We talked about some of the trade-offs with learning performance goals, how important shared commitment is to some of those goals. So I want you to remember these key concepts in terms of designing your team. Some very simple, team size, some much more complex in terms of composition with respect to surface and deep level diversity. And some of those best practices for how to establish really effective goals in your teams. Those are the key concepts in terms of designing your team that you want to keep in mind. In our next session, we'll come back and talk about team structure, both formal structures and informal structures, and how important those structures are for driving results and performance in your team, and some of the best practices that you can use to create effective structures for your team going forward. Welcome back. Now we're here to talk about leading teams, in particular, structuring the team for excellence. You'll recall in our first session, we talked about designing the team, composition, diversity, and goals. In this session, we're going to focus in on structuring the team. You'll remember our team design framework. Again, in that first session, we talked about composition and team goals. In this session, we're going to talk about team structure. Formal team structures. We'll talk about 4 dimensions of formal team structure, what we call departmentation, centralization, rewards, and now with the emergence of different technologies and globalization in the world, that 4th dimension, virtuality, which is really referencing how virtual are our teams. Some are co-located, some are spread out all around the globe. How do you manage that virtual team? And how might that be different than structuring a team that's all co-located together? So those are some of the formal team structures that we'll talk about. But then we'll also talk about some informal team structures. And here what we're going to focus on are roles and norms. The roles and responsibilities that people have beyond their formal job description or their formal role within the team. Some of those informal roles that people take on to really either facilitate the task work of the team or to really provide the relational, collaborative glue or that social fabric of the team so that people are able to work together effectively. We'll talk about some of those informal roles. And then we'll also talk about the norms that you as the leader really want to establish in your team to drive success, to drive the results, so that people are held accountable and responsible and really able to work together effectively because of these norms that you've established in the team. So these are some of the structures that we will talk about in this session. I'll share with you some of the latest research, some of the cutting edge ideas that are coming out of that work, but then importantly, some best practices, some tools that you can use to structure your teams more effectively. To get us started, I want us to dive into a little bit of a case study. And that case study is one that I expect some of you will be familiar with, maybe have even seen the movie Apollo 13. Apollo 13 is a great example of a team that was faced with a crisis, was faced with a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity, both the team who was in space as well as the mission management team who was down on Earth trying to figure out and solve the problem of how do we get this broken spaceship with these 3 astronauts in it? How do we get those people back to Earth safely? If you don't recall the Apollo 13 mission, it was the 7th manned mission to outer space in the American space program. It was meant to land on the moon. And one of the oxygen tanks on this spaceship on the way to the moon exploded and severely damaged the spaceship, making it almost inoperable. And this team had to obviously sacrifice its mission to the moon, but then more importantly, really had to come together and adapt in terms of trying to figure out how to fix this spaceship and get it back to Earth safely. And I've always been fascinated by this story because I think it's a classic example and provides some really profound lessons in how to think about formal and informal team structures. So what I'm going to share with you in terms of this Apollo 13 mission is an interview done with the lead flight director, Gene Kranz. And in this interview, it's about 4 or 5 minutes long, I'd like you to pay close attention to how he talks about the ways in which they managed roles and responsibilities, how they organized the team once they encountered this problem and had to think as a team creatively to solve this problem, how they adapted their both formal and informal roles and responsibilities, and how they approached this creative problem-solving task in order to be successful. So watch this short video and interview with Mr. Kranz, and then I'm going to have you come back and reflect on, in your discussion forum, some pretty critical, I think, important questions that we can learn a lot from this Apollo 13 mission. You've had a chance to watch the interview with Gene Kranz, again, who is the lead flight director on this Apollo 13 mission. Now what I'd like you to do is reflect on what you heard and share your insights from the interview with your classmates in the discussion forum. There's a range of questions. I invite you to ask your classmates your own questions and share with them your own insights. But just to serve as a thought starter and get you thinking, here's some questions that I've often thought a lot about as I listened to Gene talk through his experience leading the Apollo 13 mission management team. The first one is, to what extent were roles formally defined in the team, both before the accident as well as after the oxygen canister or oxygen tank exploded? How did they then adapt those roles? So second is, to what extent did those roles emerge informally over time? Can you gather any insight from Gene's comments in terms of they had formal roles up front, but then some roles maybe emerged informally over time? And what do you think caused that? What do you think enabled certain individuals to step up and fill certain roles while other individuals were filling other roles? Would be, I think, a really important thing to discuss and learn from. Thirdly is, how did Gene determine what roles were most important, or, to play on words, mission critical in this Apollo 13 mission? How did he determine, given their problem-solving task as a team, which roles were going to be most important and really the ones to focus on in the short term. And the other is you have to remember he's the formal leader here. He has all of the power, all of the formal authority. And we talked a lot in our third course on influencing people about the importance of both formal power, formal authority, and informal power. And reflecting on those insights, those lessons, the question I have for you now is, as a formal leader, why do you think Gene decided to delegate formal decision-making authority to certain individuals in the team? If you put yourself in Gene's shoes, how do you think he made those decisions about who to delegate to and what decision-making authority to keep for himself versus delegate to others? There's some really important lessons in Gene's experience with respect to how to manage that authority and decision-making power within teams. And then lastly is, what norms does Gene identify as being critical to the team's success? Now, you have to remember, this team faced with a really, really significant, complex problem where this team has to be creative in a very short amount of time. And so given those task demands, what norms does Gene identify as being critical to the team's success? And why do you think he identifies those norms relative to any other norms that he could have identified for this team? So go to your discussion forum. These, again, are just some of the questions you might entertain, but share with your classmates what you're learning from Gene's experience in the interview that you had an opportunity to watch. Okay, as part of our discussion on team structure, remember, we're going to talk about both formal team structures and informal team structures. With respect to formal team structures, we're going to talk about 4 dimensions. The first one is what we call departmentation. The concept is actually pretty simple. It's how we group jobs and activities within the team. So as the leader of your team, you often have a choice about how you're going to group different roles, different formal jobs, different activities within the team. So for example, will team members be organized by function, geography, product, customer segment? Really, if you want to think about it, what is the organizational chart of your team? This is a really important decision that you have to make. For a number of years, I worked in consulting. And the image that you see here was one of the most common structures that we used in consulting teams. And some of the teams would be bigger than this, but you can get the basic idea. We'd have a team leader, we'd have lots of team members, but then we would group different parts of the work such that there's a module leader who's leading a specific module of the broader consulting project. There's another module leader who's handling another component of the overall consulting project. And each one of those module leaders might have a few team members who are working with them in these subgroups. But ultimately, when you start to make decisions about those module leaders, and in particular, what are the modules, you have to make some really important decisions. Are you going to have those people be generalist, or are you going to have those groups of work be, for example, specialist? So a generalist might be the person is going to focus on a particular region for a company, but it's going to cut across functions or cut across lines of business. Or you might focus on a specialist approach, which is this module leader or that module of work is really going to be focused on a particular function, marketing, for example, or a particular product, and really be a specialist in that. These grouping decisions of how you're going to group different aspects of the work are called departmentation. And that is a formal structure that you decide, you put in place for your team around how you're going to group the different activities, the different jobs in the team, which will ultimately mean what roles people have in the team. And you need to think carefully about these decisions. I like to think in particular about the specialist versus generalist decision. And the reason is because a lot of our research on team structure has led to insights about just how important organizing or structuring our team by specialist functions versus generalist work domains is important for team performance and success. And what we're learning, and as you can see here in this graph, this is a study that was done out of the Team Effectiveness Lab at Michigan State University by actually my advisor when I was in graduate school, John Hollenbeck, and some of his colleagues. And what they discovered is this specialist versus generalist structure has profound implications for team performance and success, depending on the task environment that you're in. So, for example, if you're in a task environment, if your team task is pretty routine, is fairly predictable, is a task that this team has seen many times over and over, what they've found in this research is that organizing by functional specialties leads to the best team performance. This blue bar that you see over predictable, where we see really effective team performance relative to teams in predictable environments that were structured as generalist. These specialist structures enable teams to perform much more effectively in these predictable task environments. You might ask, well, why is that? Well, in predictable routine environments, efficiency is the secret to success, is the key dimension upon which is going to determine whether your team's successful or not. Given that it's predictable, it's routine, you want efficiency. And so what we've found is that the specialist functional-based structures enable that efficiency because the people in those roles are specialists in their particular function. So in that predictable environment, specialist structure in your team is what's going to work best. But it's actually the exact opposite when your team is in a task environment that here I call dynamic or novel. When your team hasn't seen this complex challenge or problem to be solved. When your task environment is dynamic, what we find is a more generalist structure tends to be the one that results in the highest team performance. Again, you might ask, why is that? Well, the generalist structure, because people are not organized by their functional specialties, it requires a little bit more collaboration. It requires people to draw on the expertise of others. And what we find is teams are much more adaptive to these novel environments when they are structured as generalist, because now they're not operating in these functional silos, which are very efficient, but do not enable the cross-functional collaboration and learning that's necessary when you have a really complex problem to be solved or a creative challenge that often comes with that dynamic team task environment. So again, you're going to have to assess, what is your team's task environment? Is it predictable and routine, or is it more dynamic and requiring adaptability? If it's predictable routine, a more specialist structure. If it's more dynamic, more of a generalist structure so that you gain some of that flexibility. That said, there's a really important caveat to this insight, and that is it's not very easy to go back and forth depending on the direction you are going. So it's not as simple as, well, as my task environment changes, I'll just change my task or my team structure around from specialist to generalist, from generalist back to specialist. What we have found, and this is one of the classic studies in team structure and the dynamics of team structure. The study I'm showing you here is 63 teams in a military simulation where we actually switched teams from different structures. Some teams went from a specialist to a generalist structure. Other teams went from a generalist to a specialist structure over time. What we found is it's much easier to go from a specialist structure to a generalist structure than it is to go from a generalist structure to a specialist structure. In fact, those teams that went from specialist to generalist performed on average about 6% better than those other teams. Why is that? Well, what we found is that teams that started with a specialist structure, they developed norms. They develop norms for coordination and cooperation because they're in these functional silos. So the only way for those teams to be successful given these functional silos is that they actually develop norms for coordinating across those functional silos. It's actually pretty counterintuitive for a lot of people. They develop these norms, and then those norms carry over to when they become the more generalist structure. The opposite is true when we put teams first in a generalist structure, because as a generalist, I can operate in my own world because I have all the functions in that world. I don't have to collaborate as much with the other generalist. If I'm in the North American region, I have finance, I have marketing, I have operations, and so I can manage North America without having to collaborate with Asia or Europe. Same's true for Asia and Europe. But then when you go to a specialist structure, that functional silo structure, it requires collaboration across those structures. You don't have the norms for coordination and cooperation that you need to be successful. So, if your team today is in a specialist structure, chances are you're developing norms for coordination and cooperation that if you were to ever take that team to a generalist structure, because maybe your task environment became more complex, more demanding of creativity, adaptability, flexibility, you could probably make that transition pretty easily. However, if your team today is in that generalist structure, you might not be developing the norms for coordination and cooperation that you're going to need if you ever choose to go to that specialist structure. So keep that in mind as you think about adapting your formal team structure in terms of departmentation as you go forward, as your task environment changes from either dynamic to routine and predictable, or predictable and routine to dynamic. Keep this concept of switching is not as simple as it might seem in mind. The second concept in terms of formal structure that I want to talk with you about is called centralization. And again, the concept's pretty simple to grasp. It's simply the distribution of decision-making authority. Will the decision-making authority in your team be allocated to a single team member, whether that single team member is you or someone else, or will that decision-making authority be shared among multiple team members or the entire team altogether? This concept, if you want to think about the team structure that we talked about a little bit earlier, the most common centralized team structure would be the one where the formal team leader is often the one who has that final authority on making decisions. But we've actually been doing a lot of research recently on the decentralized structure in teams. And what we're finding in a lot of organizations is that team leaders are pushing that decision-making authority down further into the team, whether in this case that be at the module leader level or even down to those individual team members, and decentralizing that authority and some of the benefits that come with that. But there are trade-offs, and that's what I want to talk with you about in this session, is some of those trade-offs between centralized and decentralized decision-making authority so that you can make the best choice for your team. So let's start with one of my favorite studies in regards to centralization within teams, and that is this study here. This study looked at teams that were engaged in both creative tasks and then what they called execution-focused tasks. So the creative tasks are really problem-solving, requires a lot of flexibility, a lot of adaptability. The execution-focused tasks, those are again some of those routine tasks where efficiency and execution are the key to success. And what you're going to see here is simply the concept that depending on your task environment, certain decision-making structures are going to work better than others. In a creative-focused task, we find that pushing decision-making authority down to the team and really creating a decentralized team structure actually results in higher team performance. But the opposite is true when your task environment requires execution and efficiency. Then a more centralized decision-making team structure tends to result in the better team performance. So again, the conclusion being benefits of centralized versus decentralized. It's not that one is better than the other. It really depends on the task that your team is engaged in. So you want to think carefully. Is my team in a task environment that requires adaptability and flexibility? If so, decentralize. Is my team generally in an execution-focused task where efficiency is the name of the game? If that's the case, then maybe a more centralized structure would help drive that efficiency. Some things to think about for your team. I'll share with you some data that we've been collecting over years now that speaks to this centralization-decentralization dynamic in teams. At Michigan Ross, in our MBA program, both our full-time MBA program, our executive MBA program, our weekend MBA program, even now with our undergraduates, we have what we call MAP projects. These are largely consulting projects. We've done almost 2,000 of them with over 1,200 different organizations over the years in 90 different countries. And they're typically 5 to 6 person teams. And I've been studying now for a few years, why is it that some of these teams excel? Absolutely deliver really high quality work to the sponsoring organizations, some of which you see here on the slide. In other cases, some of the teams struggle. And so why is that? And is it possible that this centralization-decentralization concept can help us understand that question? And in fact, we find that it can. So for example, I've plotted a random sample, if you will, of MAP teams. The vertical axis here is really about the leadership behaviors and the leadership roles that emerge in the teams. And on the y-axis, what you see is simply a metric for how much leadership behavior is exhibited in the team. In some teams, you see what we call a leadership void. There's just not a lot of leadership going on in the team in terms of goal setting, managing conflict, developing trust, cohesion, those sorts of leadership acts that we would want to see in teams. You just don't see a lot of it. But then in other teams, higher up on that y-axis, you do see quite a bit of leadership behavior being exhibited across team members. An important note, there's no formal authority structure in these teams. So it's all informal emergence of these different roles. The x-axis you see here is a metric for how centralized is that team's leadership. If it's low in terms of centralization, what you have is an environment where team members are sharing whatever leadership is exhibited in the team. So in the upper left corner, you've got lots of leadership happening, and it's shared. Thus, we call it shared leadership. On the right side of this graph, you have what we call centralized leadership, where one or a few individuals are really fulfilling that leadership role within the team, and others are looking to that person for guidance in terms of those key leadership behaviors. So we can see differences in terms of, is it decentralized and shared in terms of that leadership function, or is it more centralized in these teams? And then what we've been looking at is, depending on what leadership structure is created in the team, does that predict team performance? And we actually find that it does. So what you see here is a set of results from a study that myself and some of my colleagues published recently looking at this exact concept. And we controlled for things like gender and age and experience and how familiar the team members were with each other and how big the teams were and how interdependent their work was and those sorts of things. And then you'll see here two concepts. One's called leadership density. Density is simply the fancy term for how much leadership is being exhibited in the team. And that 0.18, what that means is a significant effect on team performance as rated by the sponsoring client organization for this consulting project. In the team, the more leadership we see, the more satisfied that client or that sponsoring organization is, and the higher they rate the performance of their team. But importantly, when we take into account the centralization, decentralization data, what we find is that team performance is less about how much leadership is happening in the team, but actually how those leadership roles and behaviors are distributed amongst team members. And what we find is that the shared decision making, the shared leadership structures tend to result in higher team performance. Or alternatively, the more centralized that decision making and leadership structure or behavior is, the worse on average these teams perform. Really important for you to think about your own teams and how decentralized, how centralized are you, and how that's affecting your team's performance in light of some of these data that I'm sharing with you. But again, remember, it's not always as simple to go from decentralized to centralized and vice versa. And so you've got to be very thoughtful, proactive about, do I want more decentralization? Do I want more centralized decision-making structures in my team? So when do you want each of these? Centralized authority, typically when team members are less interdependent, more focused on execution, less complex tasks. And what we find in some of our more recent research is when you have a lot of diversity in experience. You have some team members that are very experienced and some team members are much less experienced. Often that centralized decision-making structure can help that team pull out the insights from both the more experienced and less experienced folks and make better decisions as a group. When do you want decentralized or shared authority, those shared leadership structures? Well, the opposite in a lot of cases. The more interdependent your team, the more your task environment is focused on creativity, the more complex tasks are, and then the opposite on diversity. What we find is that when you have people of equal standing in terms of key attributes like experience, you want more decentralized, more shared authority so that those peers who are more similar to each other, you're not allowing the formal authority structure to get in the way of those similarities, and the shared authority is creating a collective responsibility to draw out those collective experiences of the group, really pull those together so that the team can make the best possible decision. So this gives you at least some parameters on choosing, again, centralized versus decentralized. But for many of you, you're already in teams. You're probably already leading teams. And so it's important to think about switching these structures and how difficult that is in some cases. And so I want you to remember there's a big but to this, and that but is it's not as simple when you think about switching. Switching, again, is pretty complex. And so here's a study that my colleagues recently published where, again, they're looking at team performance. They're looking at the impact of centralized versus decentralized structures on that performance. And they had some teams that were centralized and some teams that were decentralized, and then some teams switched. And what happened is the teams who switched from decentralized to centralized, which what you'll see on the left side of this graph in that blue bar, meaning the team switched from decentralized to what I've labeled here as centralized. That decentralized to centralized switch really got in the way of the team's performance. That is a really hard switch to make. Versus the teams who switched from centralized to decentralized, they still didn't perform as well as the teams who stayed in their original structure. We find that when you change structures, you're going to see performance drop. The question is how far? And what we find is teams that switch from centralized to decentralized experience less of a negative impact from that switch than teams who start off decentralized and move to centralized. So if you're one of these teams that is centralized and you want to move to decentralized, you're probably going to experience some performance challenges along the way, but nothing like if your team is decentralized today and you switch to centralized. So conclusion, switching has cost. If you can afford to stay in your current structure, your team's going to perform better on average. If you are going to switch, be careful which direction you're going to switch, because the norms that are created from the original structure, those norms do not disappear. Even though you change the structure, those norms often persist. We're human beings. We develop these norms, they carry forward even though on paper we've changed the structure of the team. Those norms carry over, and oftentimes those norms will be a misfit with the new structure. Something to keep in mind for you as you assess the structure of your team and consider the possibility of staying or switching. So far, we've talked about two formal structures that are important in teams. One is departmentation. How are you going to group different tasks or activities in the team? And the second dimension of formal team structure that we've talked about is centralization. How centralized or decentralized will decision making be in your team? The third dimension or type of formal team structure that I want to discuss and share with you is the reward structure that you're going to put in place. This is one I travel all around the world and work with senior management teams and sports teams and teams of all different flavors. And the reward structure is one that often teams want to talk about in terms of, well, what is the best structure in terms of rewards for team performance? And it's, as you might expect, it's not a simple answer. And so I'd like to start this session with you thinking about the team that you're working in currently or the team that you have worked in most recently. And I want you to reflect on the reward structure that was present in that team. How were people rewarded in the team? Now, when I say rewards, there's all kinds of different rewards that you can imagine. The obvious monetary rewards, but also things like recognition and status, positive reinforcement, and those sorts of things. So think about this team. How were people rewarded in the team? Were they individual-based rewards, or were they team-based rewards? Individual-based, meaning the rewards were focused on individual performance, or were the rewards distributed based on how well the team overall did? That's an important question for you to think about. Were the rewards focused on competition or cooperation? I work with some companies where they want to drive competition among their employees, especially in sales, is often the case. And so they'll focus rewards on competition among team members versus more innovation or creative teams. And they will focus more on cooperation in a lot of cases, not all, but the rewards often will focus on cooperation. And then I want you to think about, now that you've assessed or diagnosed what types of rewards present in this team, I want your intuitions in terms of, were these reward structures effective in the team? And most importantly, why or why not? And so as you think about this, I want you to go to the discussion forum on reward structures in teams. I want you to share your experiences with your classmates and help your classmates understand why you think these different reward structures were effective or not. And then also listen and learn from your classmates' experiences. How are those experiences similar to or different from your own? And what can we learn from that? Go to the discussion forum, engage with your classmates, and then come back to me and I'll share with you some of the latest concepts, ideas, and best practices that we're finding in our work on reward structures in teams. All right, welcome back. So you had a chance to engage with your classmates in the discussion forum, really looking at the reward structures in your teams. Now let me share with you some of these concepts and the research that we've been doing on reward structures and see what you can learn from those studies and that research. So the first is a concept that we actually talked about in one of our earlier courses on inspiring and motivating individuals. It was called Folly A, Folly B. And the basic idea here is oftentimes what we find is that teams or organizations say they're going to value and reward one thing, maybe that's teamwork, and they actually reward something else, like individual performance. With public companies in the United States, for example, oftentimes we say we want to value long-term growth or long-term performance, but what the markets actually reward is short-term performance. Those are classic examples of the concept of what we call Folly A, Folly B. You say you're going to reward one thing, but in reality, you're actually rewarding something totally different. And in our earlier course, we offered these three ideas about how to assess whether you have a Folly A, Folly B problem, understand what behaviors you're rewarding, and then think about the alignment of the reward system to those behaviors, and if you need to, alter the reward system to align with those behaviors. So we talked a lot about folly A, folly B in that earlier course. Again, classic example, we want teamwork, we actually reward individual performance. That's the most common folly A, folly B problem that we see in teams around the world. So as you think about reward structures in your team, maybe sort of diagnose, do I have a folly A, folly B problem, and how would I alter or adapt the reward system to better align the rewards with the teamwork behaviors that I'm looking to drive in my team? So that's one idea I want to share with you. The other is really around cooperative or group-based rewards versus competitive or individual-based rewards. I get a lot of questions from executives around the world asking, do I want to reward people based on individual performance, or do I want to reward people based on cooperative or group-based performance? And my answer always is, it depends. And then the question is, well, what's it depend on? And the study I'm showing you here, to me, is one of the most fascinating studies that we've been able to do. And it shows at least one element that it depends on in terms of, do you want competitive versus cooperative-based rewards in teams? And it comes right back to something we talked about earlier, the task environment and the goals that you have. If your goal is speed, if your goal is efficiency, that speed and efficiency, what we find, that yellow bar that you see here, is that if your goal is speed and efficiency, a competitive individual-based reward system is going to result in the highest team performance. But if your goal or the task itself lends itself to accuracy in decisions or quality in a production manufacturing process, you actually want group-based or what we would often call cooperative-based reward systems. So again, what do you want? Do you want speed and efficiency, or do you want quality and accuracy? Depending on your answer, you're going to come up with different reward systems. So again, the conclusion, quantity, speed, quality, accuracy. Quality and accuracy, you want cooperative or group-based rewards. Speed and efficiency, competition, individual-based rewards, on average. But again, just like some of the other concepts that we talked about, you have to be careful because switching between those reward structures is not as simple as it may seem. You may be in an individual-based reward system today, and you say, well, I want to move my team to a group-based, cooperative-based reward system, or vice versa. You have to understand that one direction is easier than the other. For example, in teams who were in group-based, cooperative-based reward systems, and they stayed in cooperative-based reward systems, speed and efficiency suffers, to be expected, but their accuracy, the quality, improves. Again, to be expected. But look what happens when they switched. When they switched from individual-based competitive rewards to cooperative-based rewards. Look what happens to the impact on accuracy and quality. It drops dramatically. All those benefits that you originally gained from being in a group-based, cooperative-based reward system that really improved and drove accuracy and quality, you lose those benefits if you're starting in a competitive reward structure and you move to a cooperative, group-based reward structure. Well, why is that? Similar to our earlier conversation, reward structures create norms. They create patterns of behavior. Those patterns of behavior, those norms, carry over even if you change the structure. So you start in an individual competitive-based reward system. We create norms associated with competition. Individuals learn to compete with one another. And then you try to create a more group-based, cooperative-based environment by switching the reward system. Those norms don't just change overnight. Those norms persist. They carry over. And so switching from competitive to cooperative reward systems is actually quite difficult. However, what we find is going the opposite direction. cooperative to competitive is actually quite a bit easier because you've already created norms for cooperation, and those norms can continue to carry over as well. So even though you've created a competitive-based reward system to drive that speed, to drive that efficiency, you get some of those benefits when you switch from cooperative to competitive, but you also preserve some of the cooperation and the cooperative norms that are created from that cooperative reward system or that group-based reward system. So, going from competitive individual to cooperative group rewards, quite difficult. Going from cooperative group-based rewards to competitive individual rewards, a little bit easier. Okay? So as you think about where is my team today, what is my reward system? Is it competitive individual? Is it group? You have to think about, is that the right fit for what I need, efficiency or quality? And if I need to switch, what are going to be the norms that I'm going to have to reinforce or change to capture the benefits of that new reward structure? Again, fascinating data. Hopefully it helps you think about where your team's at today, what are some of the benefits, and then what are some potential costs if you choose to switch over. Lastly, one of the most common questions I get when I share our perspective on individual rewards versus group rewards is, well, why can't I just mix them? Why can't I have some percentage of people's rewards be individual-based and some percentage be group-based? And there are plenty of examples of companies all around the world who have these hybrid or mixed reward systems. But the reality is that we've been studying these mixed reward systems or hybrid reward systems now for over a decade. And the evidence still today is highly mixed. For example, this is one of the classic studies, I think one of the first studies on hybrid reward systems. Ruth Wagaman, she published, nor do hybrid groups experience the benefits. So in her study, she found that hybrid groups, they didn't experience the benefits that were associated with cooperative. Their cooperation norms are weak. The quality of their interpersonal processes are relatively low. Oftentimes, the team members work alone with loose or ineffective coordination, and they rarely cross territories to help other, in this case, technicians she was studying. So again, here, the hybrid reward system did not actually drive the group behavior. Individuals just kept doing their own things, even though a portion of the reward system was based on group overall performance. Now, there are studies that have found positive effects. Matt Pearsall and his colleagues published in the Journal of Applied Psychology a study that found that hybrid reward structures, these mixed structures, prove most advantageous for teams that are really highly interdependent. Teams operating under these hybrid reward structures perform better than teams with either group-based, cooperative-based reward systems or competitive individual-based reward systems in this single study, again, really focusing on teams where the interdependence among team members, which Maxim will talk at length about with you in one of the upcoming sessions, this concept of interdependence. Here, Matt and his colleagues found that hybrid reward structures were actually quite effective. But again, my colleagues, Chris Barnes, myself, and a few others, we published more recently another study that showed these hybrid mixed incentive systems in teams simply hurt overall team performance. And the overall summary, I think, from our research, when we look across all of the data, is that on average, teams perform better when they are given group-based, cooperation-based incentives to really work together as a team. And so if you're looking to drive teamwork and you're looking to drive team success, you want to think a lot about, do I have group-based incentives in place? And if you don't, that might be something that you really want to think hard about, understanding that the switching has some challenges associated with it. But the long-term benefits of moving to those group-based incentives can be quite powerful for your team.
Well, what we do is it's more of the expectations. What are the expectations for you if you're going to be on this team? What are the expectations? and then we try to really reward those expectations. If they meet the expectation that we're going to play hard, we're going to talk, we're going to be great teammates. We sort of have a creed now, we say before practice, about what they value about Michigan, what they value about playing for this program. And then when there's times that we have to probably have people reconsider things, and I don't think you can do this in the business world. I don't think you can have your guys get up at 7 in the morning and run sprints. But there is a way that we make it very effective, and it's short and it's quick, and tell them this is not acceptable. This is not the expectation. Again, it's not the expectation. And basically, you're in the wrong place if this is the direction you're going to go. And it's not like that my way or the highway attitude. It is sometimes there's these subtle things that we have to do to help them grow. But the much bigger part is the positive reinforcement than the negative reinforcement. We're trying to respect everybody's opinions and make sure they know they're important, that we can't win without them. We can't win without them. Even if they think their role is that, we're going to make them think their role is huge.
Our fourth and final formal team structure concept that I want to share with you and talk about is what we call team virtuality. Now we know, and you're likely already working in teams that are highly virtual. People are spread out at least across technology, if not completely around the globe in a lot of cases these days. We've started studying, again, over the last 10, 15 years, as technology has really enabled these virtual teams to begin working together. We've started to try and understand what's the impact of that virtual nature of teamwork on team success, and how can you as a leader really ensure that your team, regardless of how virtual it may or may not be, can drive success in that team. So the concept, again, the fourth and final formal team structure, team virtuality. The concept is simply the degree to which your team is dispersed geographically or nationally and or communicates via technology. And there's a reason that I differentiate between those. Your team could all be located in the same city, but communicate almost exclusively via technology, largely having the same effect if even you were spread across the globe. And so it's not just whether you're located geographically close together or not, it's also about how you communicate. And if the communication is primarily through technology, then you are a more virtual operating team. And so you want to think about both the pattern of communication as well as the geographic or nationality dispersion that's in your team when assessing, do I have a team that is more or less virtual? Now, we've been doing a lot of research on the impact of virtuality on team performance, which I'm sad to say, but maybe not too surprising for you. On average, we find that virtuality hurts team performance, but there are some things that we've learned that enable you to perform better in virtual teams that I want to share with you. So the effect of virtuality on team performance, again, are we talking geographic, national, or what we call electronic dependence? What we find is that geographic dispersion on average, and here I'm looking at innovation and creativity in teams. We could certainly look at efficiency and performance from that aspect as well, but here I'm focusing on innovation. The effect of geographic dispersion. So I'm in the US, you're in India, another person is in China, another person is in Europe, another person's in South America. We've got huge geographic dispersion. What we find is that geographic dispersion reduces what we call contextual knowledge. This is the knowledge that I have about the US, you have about India, other person has about China, and it reduces my knowledge of your context and vice versa. Makes it harder for us to share that contextual knowledge. It also, may be obvious, increases the coordination cost and the coordination complexity of us trying to work together. So what we find is a key success factor there is to make sure that we're consistently fostering the exchange of that contextual knowledge and then having pretty clear coordination plans as well. On the national dispersion, which again is not necessarily the same as geographic dispersion, we often find that because we're from different nationalities, we have different values. We have different communication preferences in some cases. Those differences in preferences, those differences in values can often affect our identification with the team. And so I may identify quite strongly with this team. You may identify weaker with the team, or we may identify weak with the team overall because we identify more strongly with our home office or something of that sort. So it can reduce that identification with the team, which is really about commitment to the team. So then what do you do? Well, as a manager, one thing you want to think about is, how do I bridge in-group and out-group members? If some people are co-located, for example, or they are all from the same nationality, oftentimes they will form what we call an in-group. And then there are other members that are left on the periphery, the out-group members. So as a leader, you want to think carefully about how you manage the in-group and the out-group such that there are bridges between those divides. The other thing you want to think about doing is understanding the preferences, in particular communication preferences, for all of your different team members, and coming to some common or shared understanding of those preferences while still enabling the individuals to be unique. They're from different national backgrounds and origins, and we're never going to be the same. And so you want to preserve that uniqueness while making sure that you're bringing those preferences together in some shared understanding of each other and how we're going to work together. So if your element of virtuality is mostly national culture-based, these are some best practices that you can use that are somewhat different than if your element of virtuality is mostly geographic in nature. Again, all of us could be from the US, or all of us could be from India, all of us could be from China, but we could be dispersed geographically in really intense ways. We all share the same national origin or background, but because of that geographic dispersion, we're still quite virtual. And then the other is, and here we could be in the exact same office. We could be in the same office location, but our communication is largely driven through electronic means, and so our electronic dependence is quite high. So the effect on innovation, it reduces the ability to control and monitor what people are doing because you can't see them. They're communicating to you through electronic means, and so you're unable to be present physically co-located, reduces that ability to monitor as a leader. It also reduces the clarity and richness of your communications. Email, texting, those sorts of communications, though efficient, often reduce the richness of communication. They often create opportunities for misunderstanding. And so you have to be very careful about being too overly dependent on electronic communication. Things you can do to help drive that: if you have the opportunity for face-to-face communication, mixing face-to-face with electronic communication can be quite effective. Increasing the feedback giving and seeking opportunities, where you really promote a culture of reaching out to other people for feedback and then people being willing to give that feedback, can help break down some of those barriers that might exist through electronic dependence. And then developing clear social cues and clear norms for how you're going to communicate electronically. When they're upset, are they going to use the all caps feature, for example, in an email? Probably not an effective way to express your frustration or your angst. Probably better to do that face-to-face or pick up the phone. And so there are certain norms that you can create for your team that will enable you to communicate through electronic means more effectively and know when to not depend on electronic communication. So these are some best practices, some effects that we've learned that can really get in the way of team performance, and then some of those key success factors and best practices that you as the team leader or even a team member can use to really help get the most out of your virtual team. In addition to those, we've been doing some studies that have highlighted 3 different strategies that will help you enable these key success factors to become a reality in your team. So I'm going to share each one of those with you with some data to illustrate just how powerful these 3 strategies are for your team's performance. The first one is, as team leader, the ability to foster an empowered, decentralized culture within your team. So, for example, this study by a colleague of mine, Brad Kirkman, I think is fascinating. He had teams that were highly face-to-face, co-located, working together face-to-face really intensely, and then other teams that were almost exclusively virtual, low face-to-face interaction. If you're operating face-to-face, the climate for empowerment, how empowered those team members are, didn't really matter as much. It didn't really have a strong effect on team performance. But if you're in a virtual setting, if your team feels highly empowered to make decisions, to determine how it's going to work together, then you get some positive performance benefits, maybe even better than face-to-face in some cases. However, if you're operating in that virtual environment and your team does not feel empowered, look at the negative impact relative to the other teams on performance. Low empowerment combined with low face-to-face interaction is your worst nightmare, a disaster for your team's performance. So if your team is virtual with low face-to-face interaction, one of the things as team leader that you have to focus on is empowering that team. If you don't, you'll suffer the negative consequences in terms of performance. So that's strategy 1. Virtual team, emphasize, reinforce empowerment. The second strategy that you want to focus on is building what we call support structures. So again, here you have team performance on the y-axis, and you have what we call low virtuality, high virtuality. So low virtuality would mean lots of face-to-face interaction. High virtuality would mean less face-to-face interaction. And then we have teams where they had low structural support, high structural support. So what do I mean by structural support? Good examples: clear and fair reward structures, clear task structures, clear roles, consistent and reinforcing communication and information sharing. These are examples of what we've studied as support structures that can support a team even when they are highly virtual to still be effective. So if you look at these data, what you find is that when we have lots of face-to-face interaction, we can get away with unclear roles, inconsistent information sharing, even unclear reward structures. Probably not for the long term, but we can at least get away with some of that. But if our team is highly virtual, very little face-to-face interaction, you have to focus on building in some of these support structures, because you want to use these support structures like the reward structures, like the task structures, to make sure that everybody is clear in terms of roles, responsibilities, timelines, milestones, and that the reward structures are guiding the appropriate behavior. Because if you're not face-to-face, you can't monitor, you can't control it, you can't see it. And so you've got to create these support structures that are going to be in place to guide your team members' behavior, because you're not going to be there to do it. And that's the value of these support structures. And that's strategy 2. High virtuality, low face-to-face interaction. You want to drive empowerment, strategy 1. Strategy 2, drive and build those structural support systems, reward structures, task, role structures, and information sharing and communication. Then strategy 3, you have to build what we call a safe environment for people to speak up. In teams where you have, in this case we studied geographic dispersion. So low geographic dispersion would mean that we're all co-located in the same geography. High geographic dispersion would mean that some of us are in one country or one state, others are in a different office environment. We are completely dispersed in terms of different geographies. Okay, that's high geographic dispersion. What you see here is just how important building a safe, what we call climate, safe environment. We call it psychological safety. This, again, is something that Maxim will talk with you at length about when we talk about team dynamics and team process. The importance of this safe culture, this safe climate within the team, where people feel like they can disagree, they can speak up, they can speak their mind. We're finding that in highly virtual teams, especially when we're geographically dispersed, if you do not build this safe climate where people feel like they can speak up and challenge each other, your team performance suffers dramatically. That safe environment is really important. No matter what your geographic dispersion is, no matter how virtual you are, but especially when you are in a virtual team environment. So if you are distributed geographically, it's absolutely essential that you build a psychologically safe environment in your team. So far, we've talked about 4 dimensions of formal team structure: departmentation, centralization, rewards, and virtuality. Now I want to shift our conversation to 2 key concepts in terms of informal team structures. The first one that we're going to talk about is what we call team roles. Team roles are what we call behavior types that individual team members take on over time in the team. What we often find in our work is that people generally take on 2 or 3 types of team roles. And what you want to focus on as a leader within teams is making sure that all of these roles are covered by at least someone in the team. We've done a lot of research over decades now on what are the key roles within teams. Starting with some research by a gentleman by the name of Belbin, and moving on even to more recent research. We've identified 9 key team roles that you really want to focus on to make sure that all of those roles are fulfilled by someone in your team. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk through each of these 9 team roles, make sure that we share our understanding of what those team roles are. I'll have you think about your own teams, maybe go to the discussion forums to talk about the roles that you've played in your teams and what you see as roles that are missing from your team. And then I'll share with you some of the research that we've been doing on those specific roles and how those drive team success. So that's where we're going. So let's first talk about those 9 different types of team roles. So here what you're seeing is the Belbin website that lays out each of these 9 team roles. And in particular, it talks about what the role fulfills, what function it plays within the team, the strengths of a person that often fills this role, as well as the limitations that often come with individuals who play this role. And what you're going to see here are the 9 different types of roles. So for example, we've got one called the investigator. This is the person that is exploring opportunities on behalf of the team, developing the team's network and contacts, interviewing those different stakeholders to gain insights. We've got another role, team worker. These are the individuals that really focus on team cohesion. They help the team gel. They listen to team members. They are able to diagnose when there's going to be conflict. They help build trust among team members. And again, oftentimes the person, for example, who plays that investigator role is not the same person who plays that team worker role. The third role we have here, coordinator, focuses on team objectives, draws out different team members. So when we haven't heard from someone, it might be, well, hey, we haven't heard from Sue recently, or we haven't heard from Bob recently. What do you all think? These are often the people that will also make sure that work is delegated and coordinated effectively. The fourth role that we have here that I'll highlight is called the plant role. These are the creative types. These are the people that really play a role in generating ideas, fostering creativity, really helping the team solve complex problems. Next, we have an implementer. This is the person that really makes sure that we can turn the ideas that often come from the plant role, make sure that we can turn those ideas into practical actions, develops efficient work plans to execute on the ideas. Then we'll also have what we call a finisher role. This is the person that often polishes the work, final product, evaluates our work outcomes to make sure we're delivering an accurate, high-quality piece of work, provides that quality control role, if you will. Then we have an evaluator. This is the person that provides what I would often call that logical eye. This person offers an objective evaluation of the team's options, really becomes a voice of reason to the team in a lot of cases so that we don't fall trapped to things like group think, which is this concept of really the group going with the first reasonable idea as opposed to the best possible or optimal idea. So that's the evaluator role. And then we have another role that you'll see here on the website, the shaper role. This person who's fulfilling this role would really be the motivator. This is the person that provides the drive, the motivation to ensure that the team maintains its focus and its motivation to deliver those results. And then last but certainly not least is we have a role called the specialist role. And these are the individuals who bring really in-depth knowledge, expertise of a key area to the team. Could be a specific function, could be a specific product, whatever those key in-depth knowledge areas are that the team needs to be successful. These are the individuals that bring that expertise. So again, I've described the 9 roles. What I would encourage you to do is go to the discussion forum and share with your classmates a couple of things. The first is, in your team experiences, what role have you often played? Or roles? Likely you're playing multiple of these roles. But it's also true that you're not playing all of them. You have certain strengths that lend yourself to certain roles and not others. What are those strengths? What are those weaknesses? What are the roles you often play? What are the roles you typically do not play? That's one line of discussion that I think would be really engaging to play out with your classmates and really dive into and discuss. Another area of discussion that I would encourage you to think about and talk about with your classmates is, in your team experiences, what roles do you see as being most critical for team success? And are there roles that you found often are not fulfilled in teams that really have held your team performance back? Share those insights with your classmates. Listen and learn from your classmates given their experiences, and then come back and I'll share with you some of the research that we've found on team roles and how these roles can drive performance. So you've had an opportunity to discuss these 9 team roles with your classmates. Again, what roles do you play? What roles do you not play often in your team experiences? What roles are critical for team success? What roles are often missing in your teams? Now what I want to do is share with you some of the key research findings that we have discovered related to these team roles, and then talk a little bit about what you can do as a team leader to make sure these roles are fulfilled. So the first finding that I think is important to point out is there is actually mixed evidence on whether these 9 team roles are distinct. And I think that's important to recognize. But the reason that that is the case is possibly because people play multiple roles. If we find that people are playing multiple roles, then it might be hard to really distinguish these 9 roles. So when you go to assess your team, for example, and I would encourage you to do this, I would encourage you to write down all 9 of the roles with their descriptions. I would encourage you then to list the team members in your team who play those different roles. And chances are you're going to find that some individuals play lots of the roles, some individuals don't play any of those roles, and some roles are missing. To the extent that people are playing multiple roles, that might mean that it's hard to really distinguish between some of those roles. So that's one possibility. Another key finding that we have is people often associate, or at least want to associate, these roles with differences in career success. So for example, they may see the plant role, that innovator, creative role, as the one that gets the higher salary, the promotion, the glory, the fame. And then maybe someone like the specialist or the evaluator as being less likely to get promoted or lower on the status hierarchy. Interestingly, what we find in our research is that there's little to no difference across these roles in terms of the people who fulfill the plant role versus the people who fulfill the evaluator role versus the people who fulfill the investigator role. There's largely no difference in salary, there's largely no difference in formal job responsibility, and really no difference in the status that those individuals hold within organizations as a function of the role they play. So you can play any of these roles and still have an extremely high level of career success. And so again, it's not about what roles you play, it's really around what are the roles that are most critical for your team, and if any of these roles are not being fulfilled, making sure that either yourself or someone is stepping up to play those roles. It's also important to recognize that none of these roles and the people in them are perfect. All team roles have weaknesses that need to be managed. And Belbin, on the website that I pointed you to, provides some really good examples of what those limitations, what those weaknesses are, and some specific strategies that you could use to manage or offset those weaknesses. And so I would encourage you to engage with your classmates around what are some of the weaknesses of those roles. How would you manage those weaknesses in your teams? That would be another topic that you could really take to the discussion forum, share with your classmates, and listen and learn from them as well. And then last but certainly not least, and I think this is one of the most important insights in terms of team roles, is again what we're finding. And no matter how you conceptualize team roles, I've given you the Belbin's 9 team roles. You may come up with your own. You may have a dozen, you may have 7, but whatever those roles are, what we find most common across our research is that you need to be balanced. Your team has to have some exposure, some fulfillment of all of these roles. If you are missing one or more of the really significant roles that need to take place within teams, that's when your team can really fall down on its performance. And so when you do that team assessment, when you list all the roles, you list your team members, what you really want to pay attention to is 2 things. Are certain individuals playing multiple roles? Because that means your team is really dependent on those people. If those individuals were to leave the team tomorrow, you may have a challenge with backfilling those roles. So that's something to think about, is how dependent are you on certain individuals within the team? The second thing to think about is, are there, given your assessment of your team, are there certain roles that are not being fulfilled today? And if there are roles that you are not fulfilling today in your team, either you as a leader within that team, no matter what formal position you have, as a leader in that team, you may need to step up and play that role, or you assign someone else to play that role. Either way, as long as it gets fulfilled by the person who's most capable of filling that role. So these are some key findings related to team roles that I wanted to highlight for you. The last thing that I'll share with you is just how critical it is for your team to discuss these roles openly. So here's a study that Bianca Biersman and some colleagues that we've published, really looking at the importance of role discussions, having open discussions about these roles within teams. And what we find is when you have the discussion, it almost doesn't matter as much what your reward structure is. But if you are in a team that has an individual-based competitive reward structure, remember that competitive individual reward structure, as we talked about earlier, is going to drive individual-focused behavior. Now that may be okay for your team if you're looking for speed and accuracy, speed and efficiency, for example. However, if you want to get the benefits of that competitive reward structure, you have to have an open, explicit dialogue about these roles within teams. If you don't, as you see here in this study, team performance is dramatically reduced. So it's important to openly discuss team roles. It's especially important to discuss openly those team roles if your team has an individual competitive-based reward system that's not going to naturally create cooperation, collaboration within the team. Having these open, explicit role conversations can help drive teamwork and performance when you have that individual competitive-based reward system. So explicitly discuss those team roles, especially when there's that history of competitive rewards, or even if there's simply norms focused on individual interest or individual focused behavior. Critical for your team's performance.
Well, I think on a team like basketball, you certainly have to have your star players, so to speak. That the guys that we call them wolves. They're going out and they're getting after it, and they are scoring points. They're getting assists. They're playing. And then I think the next tier is the ones that they want to be those type of players. They want to be the ones that are out front and probably, possible NBA players, probably possible stars or media darlings. They're training to that, but they know there's a fit in before you try to stand out. They got to fit into that culture. They got to pay their time to get to that next level. And then there's that third role right now is probably never getting in a game, never outside. Nobody even probably knows who they are. And now we got to get them to understand how important that role is to the team. The one year we went to the championship game, we had what I call the investment committee. It was 4 or 5 seniors. They were not playing much. I met with them once a week to get the pulse of the team. What did they think was going on? They're the one that called a big meeting after a tough loss at Penn State to say, guys, I know we're not playing, but here's what we're seeing, and sort of changed the mindset of the team that was probably being a little bit too me at that time and not enough us. So, again, it's that same idea. Our toughest thing right now is saying, listen, you're going to be a really good player, but you're not in position to do that yet. The word we say yet. You got to keep working and getting better, but let him handle that, because 2 years ago he wasn't trying to do this either. And we just see it over and over again, and you just build this team that just matures and gets better and better. We had a young man that was he played for us quite a bit, and this is one of my many stops. So I'm not going to say, but he wanted to fit in. He had success as a few years later, in his early years, and then all of a sudden there was some injuries. There was some great players coming in, and he had to step way back and watch it all. And we never stopped at that point trying to do his individual workouts, work with him. I said, you're going to get another opportunity. It's going to have, if it has, the only thing you control, if you get another opportunity, the only thing you can control is, are you going to be ready? He bought into that 100%. And sure enough, he got the opportunity and probably had one of the best senior years anybody has ever had. And he was basically out of the picture as a junior. So those type of situations are going to happen that he didn't pout, he didn't complain about it. He looked at it all, relied a lot on our trust and his belief in himself, and all of a sudden there he was, and being one of the best captains we've ever had.
So we're talking about the informal team structures that really drive team process and team performance. So far, we've talked about team roles and the 9 roles that really need to be fulfilled in your team. Next, I want to talk about the concept of team norms. Norms are simply the regular behavior patterns that are 1, accepted, 2, relatively stable, and 3, have become expected by group members. Again, norms, they're simply the behaviors that are accepted, stable, and expected by group members. We all have norms in our team, whether they've been explicitly identified or discussed. If you ask yourself, well, how are decisions made in my team? How do people operate in team meetings? How do we typically resolve conflict? How do we typically communicate with each other? Whatever your answers are to those questions, assuming your answers would be similar to your team members' answers, those are team norms. Those are the norms that are the behaviors that are accepted, stable, and expected by group members. What I want to talk about, we're not going to go through all of the possible norms that could exist in teams. It's almost limitless in some regard. The ones that I've highlighted here in terms of decisions, meetings, conflict, communication, in our work, those are probably 4 of the most common areas within which we will look at and study and analyze team norms. And so as you think about your own norms and the norms within your teams, you may want to focus on those 4 areas first, at least to get you started. But what I'm going to focus on is 2 things. One, why should you care about team norms? And then second, what as a leader can you do about those norms? So here's the first point that I want to talk about, which is why should you even care? And this is one of my favorite studies on team norms. Jennifer Chapman and Frank Flynn have done a study where they looked at both individual perceptions and group outcomes. And they did 2 different studies. In one study, they had over 100 MBAs working on team projects. And in another study, they had over 160 executive officers at a large U.S. financial services company. Same study, just 2 different groups, both MBAs and executives, if you will. And what they found is that individuals who perceive that in their teams they have norms related to cooperation as opposed to norms around competition, the individuals who were in teams where the norms were really focused on cooperation, so the accepted, stable, expected behaviors in the teams were much more leaning towards cooperation as opposed to competition. In those teams where cooperative norms were the dominant perception, the individual members in those teams were more satisfied with their jobs. They were rated by others as performing at a higher level, and they were compensated at a higher level. So really positive outcomes associated with developing cooperative norms in your team for individual outcomes that we really care about, both for ourselves as well as for the members within our team. We want people to be satisfied. We want people to be performing at a high level, thus getting rated in terms of high performance by others and being promoted and compensated at higher levels. So remember, cooperative norms as opposed to norms related to competition. Now, we also saw in this study an effect at the group or the team level where we were looking at the actual norms of the team and what the impact of those norms happen to be on team functioning and performance. And what we found is that the extent to which teams had established, expected, accepted norms related to cooperation relative to norms related to more competition, individual behavior. The teams that had dominant cooperative norms, they met more regularly early in the team life cycle, okay, which really helped these teams coordinate more effectively over the entire life cycle of the team project. So in contrast, teams that did not have those cooperative norms, they didn't meet as regularly early in the team process, leaving a lot of that coordination work to come later, which created all kinds of crises and problems in terms of team functioning down the road. And so these cooperative team norms really get you off to a great start as a team early so that you're able to coordinate effectively so you have that effective process and you can deliver results at a really high level. And then what we saw is that translated into higher levels of team effectiveness as rated by different stakeholders. And so again, the importance of establishing cooperation, collaboration-based norms in your team early is critical, not only for team functioning and team performance, but also for individual outcomes like satisfaction and job performance that we care a lot about. So that's why you should care. The results are telling. We can really drive some important outcomes by establishing these cooperative-based norms within our teams. So then, what can you do? Oftentimes, I'll get leaders that say, look, I've taken on this new team. The norms are already well established. They may be effective norms. They may be ineffective norms, but I don't really have a lot of influence. What we're finding in our research is that's simply not true. It's simply untrue. Leaders have a huge influence on the norms that get established in their teams. Now, so do the team members and their expectations. And so when you walk into that new team, one of the first things you need to figure out is what are the expectations? What are the norms that exist in these teams? And so what you see here is a study that I find fascinating. Taggart and Ellis published in the Leadership Quarterly a study on team norms, really looking at the impact that leaders had on those norms relative to team members and the staff. And what they found is that when the team members already have extremely high expectations in terms of the behaviors that are expected and accepted within the team, when the team members hold themselves accountable and have high expectations for themselves, the leader, maybe naturally, has less influence on what those norms are. When the team members and the staff have high expectations, they're defining and setting those expectations. They're setting and defining what the norms are. However, when you as a leader walk into a team where those norms, those expectations among the staff, among the team members, are ill-defined or they're low, you have a huge influence on what those norms are. And that's the gold or the maize line that you see here is when your staff has ill-defined or low expectations and can't articulate very clearly what the norms are. As a leader, you setting high expectations, holding people accountable to a higher standard, a higher set of norms for effective team functioning, how decisions are going to be made, how we're going to operate in meetings or coming to meetings on time, how we're going to resolve conflict, those sorts of important team processes. When you as the leader hold people accountable, set high expectations for those norms, you can actually change the norms within your team. So again, if you walk into a situation, if you're lucky enough to walk into that situation where your staff, your team members already have high expectations for what those norms are going to be, you can reinforce those norms, but you're not really going to set a new set of norms. When you walk into a setting where they're ill-defined or your team members have low expectations of the team, your expectations are really going to be the ones that define the norms within that team. Okay? So you have a big influence on those team norms. Okay? Just remember, once those norms get established, they carry over time. They're not that easy to change once they get defined. So if you walk into a setting where they're ill-defined, you set high expectations and you'll define them. Okay? But if you walk into a setting where they're already defined and the staff has defined them, okay, if those norms are reinforcing of effective team process and effective team functioning, that's a wonderful setting to be in. You reinforce those, your team performs really well. If your staff or your team members, and this is the irony of this study, if your staff, your team members have established, defined, clear norms, expectations, but they're not at the standard that you want to set, those are going to be hard to move. It's going to take time. You're going to have an uphill battle, but you're going to have to fight it. You're going to have to set those high expectations and over time move the standard up. But it will take time because the staff has really defined a clear set of expectations for itself. You'll have to change those over time. But that at least gives you some hope, some optimism for what you can do and the impact you can have as a leader on your team's norms.
So we are a culture of team. And so I think most people walk into the room with the team. But the first thing you have to define is the team, right? So if you think about a bunch of concentric circles, the team keeps getting bigger, right? So you start with the team as Morgan Stanley, and then one of our particular businesses, and then one of our particular desks, and then one of our particular clients. And what we're really striving for is how do you bring the big circle to our clients? And so what happens in an organization our size is that at different layers on that circle, the motivation is different. So if I go in and I sell a product to this client, even my team, we get paid on that product. How do you have a reward system that can outsize the individual sale or the product sale, but recognizes the team sale? We've been working with our regulators, and one of the things that organizations do is they find a way to penalize those that go against the culture. But how do you reward those and really publicly acknowledge those that go above and beyond to represent the culture? And it's the same thing with the team. So, the team dynamic can get messed up because you've got people that are singularly motivated. You have people bringing different levels of commitment to the project. No different than the teams that work on projects in Ross, right? There's always someone that's willing to do more work than someone else. And it's whether or not you as a team member accept subpar performance from your colleagues, right? That doesn't mean you go to your boss and you say, so-and-so's not contributing, but you need individuals that are willing to stand up and say, as a team, we function that way, and it's not okay to not contribute. And I recently had an offsite with a group of senior people, and that was the exact dialogue, which was, you're all coming in representing what you're representing really well, but that's not your job in this room. Your job in this room is to represent the team. And even at the firm level, our operating committee, James will always say to people, you're not here representing your business. You're here as a member of Morgan Stanley's operating committee. And that gives you a different set of responsibilities. So I think defining what the team's goals are, what people's expectations are, and really leveraging different people's strengths and weaknesses so that you can bring the best of everybody and having open dialogue about that. Without that, teams tend to crumble.
So in this session, we've talked a lot about team structures. We've talked about formal team structures, departmentation, centralization, reward structures, virtual team structures. We've talked about informal team structures, roles and norms. The last thing I want to share with you is the importance of establishing what we call a team charter that really helps define those roles, norms, expectations, rewards, processes, etc. Helps define those elements of your team design. So this is really the document that brings together everything that we've talked about in terms of team design, composition, goals, as well as the formal and informal structures. This is the document that says, as a team, we have a shared understanding of how we have designed ourselves as a team and how we're going to work together. That will then feed into many of the conversations that we have, and Maxim will lead you through, about team processes, managing conflict, developing trust cohesion, those sorts of team processes. Once you have this charter document, you're much more effective at managing those processes so that you're able to deliver a high set of results or a high level of performance. So again, team charter is simply a formal document written down that specifies team roles, norms, expectations, processes, rewards, and sanctions, or the punishments. And so I've given you a list of the specific elements that often find their way into team charter documents here, ranging from goals, roles, responsibilities, timelines, key milestones, different expectations and norms related to meetings, attendance, how we're going to communicate with each other, norms and protocols about giving and receiving feedback, and the different rewards that you're going to use as a team for performance, and what some of the sanctions might be if people don't deliver or perform at the level that the team expects. Again, formal document, it takes time up front, but what we find is the teams who invest that time benefit a great deal from the investment in developing this team charter. So online, we will share with you some example templates of charters that you can use for your own purpose. And you can feel free to adapt those as you see fit. But you'll see that they have many of these elements in there. But again, it's just a formal document. It's really not as much about the document. It's much more about the process of your team working together to create it, which forces a dialogue and discussion about some of these key issues that we've highlighted and talked about with respect to team design. But if you don't believe me, let me reinforce with some data the impact that this team chartering process has on performance. So here's a study that one of my good friends and colleagues, John Matthew, has published in the Journal of Applied Psychology, looking at teams' performance over time. And so I've modeled here 8 rounds or segments of team performance over time. And so in this study, John and colleagues were assessing team performance over time at each of the different segments. And so I've modeled the trajectory of teams' performance over time. And in this study, looked at 2 different aspects. One was the quality of the charter that the team developed. So all teams in this study had a team charter. But some of the teams really invested in that charter, really took it seriously, spent time with it, were very clear in their documentation of goals, roles, norms, processes, and so on. Other teams were not as clear or as detailed or as thorough about developing that team charter. So the teams that really invested and did a high-quality job with the charter, that's what you see here is high charter. Low charter would be the opposite. The teams that the quality of their team charter was just less so than the other teams. And then the other dimension here is the team's task strategies. So all of these teams performed a similar task, and some teams had what we evaluated as a really effective strategy for how to accomplish the task, and some teams did not. And so I'm showing you these data because what I want you to see is that the charter can actually help make up for an ineffective strategy. So for example, not too surprising, when teams have a really high quality charter and a high quality performance strategy, not surprisingly, they start to improve pretty quickly and their performance continues to improve over time. And by the end, they are performing really, really well. Now, when they have a low quality charter and a low quality strategy, not too surprising, they start to underperform relative to other teams quickly, and their performance continues to decline over time. Not too surprising. But what happens when a team does not have an effective performance strategy? Because in today's day and world, we don't know oftentimes whether our strategies for accomplishing the team task are good or not. And so I'm fascinated by these data on what happens when we have a performance strategy that is not a high quality strategy for that given task. What happens to the team if we have a high quality charter? Because remember, that charter is going to establish goals, roles, norms, expectations about how we as a team are going to operate together, which, as we discover that our strategy is ineffective, the chances of us being able to identify that we have an ineffective strategy, learn from that experience, and adapt and be flexible as a team is much greater if we have invested the time up front to clarify those roles, norms, expectations, and so forth. And that's exactly what we find. So what you see here in the dark navy blue bar is the team that has a high charter, low quality strategy. So they've got the high quality charter, lower strategy. They start to perform quite well, but their performance does not decline nearly as much if they didn't have that low quality charter. That high quality charter enables them to still perform almost just as well as the team who had no charter but a really effective performance strategy. Okay? Clearly, best of both worlds, high quality charter, high quality performance strategy, that's where we want to be. But if we can't be there, The one thing we can absolutely control is our investment in the chartering process. And what we're finding in our research is if you will take the time to invest in the chartering process, even if your performance strategy is not optimal, you'll still improve in terms of your performance and deliver at a higher level. Really interesting data. So again, invest in your performance strategies, very important, but also take the time, make the investment to invest in your chartering for the team to set clear roles, clear boundaries, clear expectations, clear norms, goals, processes, timelines, milestones, etc. Use the templates that we've given you. This is one study. We've got another study that we've done where I won't show you the full set of data, but here's the conclusion from the study. Our results simply support the assertion that the introduction of team charters do in fact manifest in improved intermediary process outcomes, team processes, communication, effort, support, and cohesion. You take the time to invest in the chartering process, and the communication, the support, the cohesion benefits are extremely clear and beneficial for your team's performance over time. So take the time, invest in your performance strategies, but spend an equal amount of time investing in that team charter up front. So we've talked a lot about in this session structuring your team. So let's just do a quick recap on the structuring process for your team. And if you want to think about this in terms of the Michigan model of leadership that's run through a lot of our courses, that strategic structure quadrant, that red quadrant, that's what this is really all about, is how do you organize, how do you structure a group of people to deliver the results that you aim to and aspire to deliver. That's the essence of this red quadrant. All teams, all organizations need structure. The question is what structures do you want to put in place? In this session, we talked about formal team structures. We talked about departmentation. Do you want generalist or do you want specialist structures? And we learned that oftentimes it'll depend on what kind of task environment you're in. We talked about centralization. Do you want centralized or do you want decentralized decision-making authority? Again, oftentimes can depend on the task environment and other elements. We talked about reward structures. Do you want individual-based rewards? Do you want group rewards? Or in some cases, might you want a hybrid or mixed reward system? As we talked about, our data on average shows that the group-based rewards can drive collaboration and cooperation. If you want competition, if you want speed, efficiency, those individual-based rewards can often help. The hybrid mixed reward systems or structures, we often find look a lot more like the individual-based rewards than they do the group-based rewards. It's usually not just a perfect split or an equal share of individual and group benefits. Those hybrid reward systems tend to lean more towards competition, individual interest, efficiency, and less about collaboration and group-oriented. So keep that in mind. And then the fourth formal team structure, again, was virtuality. If you have a virtual team versus a co-located team, and given the emergence and prevalence of virtual teams in today's modern society and modern organization, what are some of the best practices that you can use and strategies that you can employ as a leader to really make sure that you're setting your virtual team up for success? And so assuming that either today or in the near future, you're going to be managing one of these virtual teams, that's something to pay particularly close attention to. And then we also talked about these informal team structures. In particular, roles. We identified 9 critical team roles using the Belbin taxonomy with some of the research around why those roles are so important for team functioning, especially those roles that really bring people together and bridge some of those diversity divides that often occur in teams. So that's something to think about. But really the important point there was to make sure that you're balanced, to make sure that when you assess your team, you've got all 9 of those roles, you've got team members, and really trying to identify are some of the roles not being fulfilled. And if they're not, You have a choice. Either you fill them or you're going to find somebody within the team to fill them. But that balance is critical. And then we also talked about norms. We talked about the importance of the leader establishing cooperative team norms, especially if you walk into a team environment where those individuals have not clearly defined their expectations and the norms that they want to ascribe or prescribe to. That's really an opportunity for you as a leader to come in and define the team and define the landscape that you're working with and how people are going to function and how people are going to cooperate together. So those were the roles and the norms were the two big informal team structures that we focused on. And then lastly are the team charters and the importance of those charters. And we talked about the importance of that team chartering process, especially when you're in an environment where you're not entirely sure that you have the most effective task or performance strategy. What I find in my work with teams, no matter what context, business, sport, or otherwise, is there's a lot of attention naturally on the task or the performance strategy. I never have to coach teams to focus on the performance strategy. And we know that's important. You have to do that. But it's often the case that you don't know if your performance strategy is going to work or not. If you knew that, then you're dealing with a very predictable environment. But in today's world where we're seeing more change, more dynamism than ever before, it's often the case that we don't know if our performance strategy is necessarily going to work. And so the data I shared with you shows just how important it is to clearly establish and develop and define a team charter when you don't know if your performance strategy is going to be effective or not. And I would argue that that's most cases in today's team environments. And so I would encourage you to spend the time up front establishing that charter, really focusing on the team design elements that we have focused on in this course. Composition. How are you going to manage the diversity in your team? Goals. What goals do you want to set? What are the trade-offs that you're making between goal difficulty or learning and performance goals? And then the conversation that we've had in this course or in this session around formal and informal team structures. All of that gets really clearly defined in a high-quality team charter, and that team charter can be your secret to success, especially in dynamic environments where you don't know if your performance strategy is going to be optimal or not.
This week we're talking about the exciting subject of managing team dynamics. So you've designed the team, composed it, thought about roles and responsibilities, private and shared goals. The key question now is, how do you manage team dynamics? How do you manage the team once it gets going and begins to work on a particular task? And this is an absolutely critical question to address. We often run studies when we ask people to work on a task with randomly assigned teammates. So we have teams working on exact same task that have equal access to talented individuals, randomized. And yet we see drastically different outcomes of this teamwork. Why is that? The answer to this question lies in understanding team dynamics. What happens in the team once it gets going and begins to work on a particular task? And it turns out that our teams can fall into some major traps with respect to managing team dynamics. Those traps lead to process losses or suboptimal outcomes in collaboration. And so our goal for this week is to recognize what these traps are and learn how to avoid them. And I'd like to start with the subject of coordination, which is perhaps one of the most central dynamics within teams. It goes to the fundamental problem of organizational design. How do you effectively couple specialization with integration? See, in teams, we often take advantage of a larger pool of labor and different competencies and expertise of our teammates and assign different tasks to them, allowing them to specialize. Now, the key challenge then is, how do we bring these different outputs of different teammates together into a coherent product? And one way to think about this systematically is to think carefully about how you divide work and coordinate labor. The first step in this process could be to think about the type of interdependence that your team is facing. It's important to recognize what type of interdependence your team is facing because that will inform what types of coordination demands your team is up against. Many years ago, a famous organization theorist, James Thompson, distinguished among three key types of interdependence: pooled, sequential, and reciprocal. So pooled is perhaps the loosest form of interdependence. This is when your teammates work on separate, independent tasks that jointly contribute to the overall product. Imagine, for example, that your team is responsible for organizing a corporate conference, and you are in charge of three primary tasks. And so you assign one teammate to managing the food, another teammate to setting up the stage and managing the acoustics, and the third teammate to designing flyers that would advertise company's products to conference participants. As you can see in this case, there's very little interdependence among the teammates. The type of food one of the teammates orders has no bearing on the stage setup and the type of flyer that the other teammate would design, and vice versa. Yet collectively, these tasks contribute to the overall product, which is a successful conference. Sequential interdependence occurs when the outputs of one of the teammates become inputs for the other. So the classic example of sequential interdependence is the assembly line. Right? Only after someone's designed the car frame, I can put in the seats and the engine. Only after one of my teammates has analyzed the market, I can begin to develop the strategy for the firm. And finally, there is reciprocal interdependence, which is the situation when the outputs of one of the teammates become inputs for the other, and vice versa, often in a very reciprocal, cyclical, iterative fashion. So imagine you're working on developing an online sales platform. Some of your teammates would be piloting that platform with beta testers and customers, then taking the insights from these tests to the developers, working jointly with the developers to figure out what should be done to improve the sales platform and what can be done given the budgetary constraints. And then taking these improvements back to beta testers and the customers, and likely running that cycle multiple times. I'm sure many of you have quickly realized that reciprocal interdependence places the highest coordination demands on work, pooled the lowest, and sequentially somewhere in the middle. And again, it's important for us to recognize these different types of interdependence because that can help inform our managerial response to interdependence. Specifically, in situations of pooled interdependence, we might get away with simply standardizing requirements for processes and outputs. That alone may be sufficient. So back to the task of organizing the conference, it might be sufficient for me to specify the budget for food, for stage setup and the acoustics, and for printing the flyers. I might additionally specify the acceptable range of sound for stage setup and the percentage of vegetarian meals. Now, in sequential interdependence, there has to be a basic plan that would guide the handoffs from one teammate to another in terms of when and how they would happen. And this is where centralized coordination by a team leader can be quite effective, meaning a team leader can take the primary responsibility in designing and executing that plan. Reciprocal interdependence, as we've just discussed, places the highest coordination demands on work. It requires continuous information flows, group meetings, multiple integrators. And this is where we encounter a particular coordination trap that I would like for us to be aware of. Most team leaders, when they face a situation of reciprocal interdependence, recognize that they're up against very high coordination demands. That's not the problem. The problem is that their instinctive response is to centralize coordination. Take charge of planning all meetings, control all deadlines, micromanage the team, and put it on a very tight leash. And that can often backfire for two primary reasons. First of all, in reciprocal interdependence, many of the coordination demands are not predictable in advance. They cannot be anticipated in advance. They're emergent. So for example, it's very difficult for me to predict what kind of feedback I'm going to receive from customers and beta testers on the first round of testing that online sales platform. How well and how quickly my developers would be able to respond to these demands, therefore enabling the subsequent round of testing. And secondly, as a team leader, I might not always have the best information to manage multiple coordination linkages. I'm not close enough to the problem. And so your role here as a team leader becomes different. As opposed to centralizing all of the coordination, your goal is to make sure that there are open lines of communication between the piloting teammates and the developers. You want to make sure that there are incentives in place and relationships so that developers feel comfortable reaching out to the piloting teammates and vice versa to solve ongoing problems. Now, this is not to say that you shouldn't have periodic check-in status meetings that would help you understand the progress of the overall project. What I'm saying is that if you restrict coordination to those meetings alone, that can be grossly ineffective and inefficient. So what are some of the best practices when it comes to dividing work and coordination? First of all, manage the size of the team. Recall from your discussion with Scott that the optimal size of a team is around 6 to 10 people. If you get into double digits, coordination demands rise significantly. If you're managing a team of 15, as a team leader, you may be responsible for over 100 unique pairwise connections among your teammates. Have clear goals and performance standards. That's essential no matter what type of interdependence you're facing. Minimize links in communication. Note that that's exactly the type of response I advocated for in reciprocal interdependence. We can empower and enable our teammates to coordinate directly, as opposed to asking them to go through me every single time. Division of labor should be focused on the ultimate goal of the group. What I mean by this is that we can divide labor in most situations in very different ways. We can divide labor in a way that makes subsequent integration and coordination easy or easier, and we can divide labor in a way that makes subsequent integration and coordination very hard. So let me give you an example. A client approached a team of consultants and asked them to evaluate the combined opportunities and threats their competition presented, given the client's product portfolio. Now, the leader of the consulting team quickly realized that there are 3 primary competitors, and he assigned 1 consultant to investigate each competitor. Now, it's a very clear, crisp, and unambiguous division of labor. Unfortunately, that division of labor made it very difficult to integrate the outputs of different consultants in one coherent product, because it was very difficult to understand the collective presence of the competitors in a particular product niche, the similarities and differences among their products in a particular product niche, and again, the collective opportunity and the collective threat they presented for the client in a given product segment. Don't give the most important task to the least committed person. Sounds very trivial and straightforward, but keep in mind that there could be conflicts between private and shared goals. We can have different workload rates. And so that can make some of us more or less committed to a particular project. So keep that in mind when assigning tasks. And finally, try to preserve equity across projects and not within individual projects. Recall that in Course 1 on motivating and inspiring individuals, we talked about the importance of equity and fairness. We also talked about the fact that it's probably futile to try to attain equity on a daily or weekly basis within every single project. If you get too preoccupied with making sure that everybody is doing equal share on every project, you will most likely end up slicing tasks way too thinly, thereby increasing coordination demands. Instead, think of how you can manage equity across projects. What I mean by this is put one teammate in charge of project A and ask them to do bulk of the work on that project, another teammate in charge of project B and ask them to do bulk of the work on that project, and so on. One of the most pervasive problems in teams is a so-called common information effect. So what typically happens in teams is that teammate A comes in with some information, teammate B comes in with some information, and teammate C comes in with some information. This is what we call unique information. And this is common information. The information that's shared by all the teammates. So in teams, what information do you think we discuss the most? Common or unique? It turns out that in teams, we overwhelmingly discuss common information. And that's what's known as the common information effect. Common information, probabilistically, is more likely to come up. You can see that 3 people here can bring up common information as opposed to 1 for unique information. When it does come up, common information is instantly reinforced because other people have it too. So everybody starts smiling and nodding. You feel smart and validated. Common information is more likely to be repeated in meetings too. Larson and colleagues studied medical teams, and they found that if a medical symptom is mentioned, it is twice as likely to be repeated in a team discussion if it happens to be common information compared to if it happens to be unique information. Common information is more likely to be recalled after meetings, and as a result often is perceived as being more credible than unique information. So altogether, that leads to a devastating effect in teams where common information overshadows unique information in making group decisions. And I call this effect devastating because it defeats the entire purpose of teams. We use teams to a large extent to build on unique insights and information possessed by our teammates. So how do we counter the common information effect? So first of all, these are the strategies that do not work. Again, I'm emphasizing that these are ineffective strategies. I'm listing them here simply because sometimes we have a knee-jerk response, knee-jerk reaction to deal with the common information effect using one of these strategies. And they're not effective. Increasing the amount of discussion, separating information review and decision, increasing the size of the team or volume of information discussed. Increasing team or individual accountability doesn't help either. Here are the strategies that do work in mitigating common information effect. Encouraging norms of debate and critical thinking versus just consensus and getting along. Tom Posmus and colleagues from the University of Amsterdam show that in teams where there is a consistent, deliberate effort to encourage norms of debate and critical thinking, these teams are 3 times as likely to surface and capitalize on unique information compared to those teams that focus on attaining consensus and getting along. Relatedly, framing a discussion as a problem to be solved rather than a decision to be made helps surface that unique information as well. This is because people are more likely to produce unique insights in search of the solution to the problem. Andrea Hollingshead from the University of Illinois shows that rank ordering alternatives instead of choosing the best option again helps surface unique information. This is because when we rank order alternatives, we're much more likely to produce unique information that's relevant to one of these alternatives. When we choose the best option, we tend to stay locked in and focused on 1 or 2 options we like the most. You may want to alert your teammates to different expertise possessed by their fellow teammates. It turns out that we're much more likely to be attentive to unique information if we believe that our teammates come from different domains of expertise. So when introducing your teammates, you can say that Andres is an expert in corporate finance, Lisa spent 15 years in marketing, and Angela spent her entire career in operations. Minimize status differences among teammates. Research shows that people of lower status, lower formal rank in organizations, lower formal authority, are especially at risk of not producing unique information, not surfacing it in group discussions. So minimize status differences. If you're a team leader in a group meeting, you might want to leave the discussion for a period of time. Let the teammates discuss a particular issue without your being present, and then walk in and ask to be briefed on the results of that discussion. Pay attention to unique information. Alert your teammates to unique information. Very often we don't capitalize on unique information is because we don't hear it in the first place. So if you feel like a unique piece of information came up that could be relevant for the discussion, it's perfectly fine to pause the group and say, Sue, did I hear you correctly? Is this what you meant? Do you mind elaborating on this issue? And finally, the most trivial reason for why unique information does not come up in team discussions is because your teammates don't get a chance to speak. So this graph shows the distribution of conversational acts, airtime, in a typical team clustered by the size of the team. And you can see that it's far from uniform. Specifically, in an average 8-person group, 3 people do over 77% of the talking. In a 6-person group, 3 people do over 86% of the talking. Now, how can you possibly expect unique information to come up if many of your teammates never get a chance to speak in meetings? So this is where the role of gatekeeper that you discussed with Scott becomes especially important. Follow the discussion, pay attention, and it's perfectly fine to say, Lisa, we haven't yet heard from you on this issue. What are your thoughts? Think about procedural rules that would enable you to solicit input from all of the teammates, such as sequentially going around the table, or better yet, ask them to share their insights in advance of the meeting via emails, surveys, or face-to-face meetings. One of the most peculiar effects in teams is social loafing. I don't know if you're going to be surprised by this, but our levels of individual effort consistently drop when we work in group settings. We just don't work as hard individually in teams. This is what's known as social loafing. Colloquially, it's referred to as free riding. Now, this effect was first discovered as early as 1913 by Max Ringelmann, who is a German agricultural engineer. He designed a series of rope pulling exercises, and he found that when working alone, an average individual exerted about 63 kilos of force. In groups of 3, the level of individual effort dropped to about 53 kilos of force, and in groups of 8, the level of individual effort dropped even further, all the way down to 31 kilos of force. Now, subsequently, these results were replicated in settings where there are absolutely no coordination issues, such as clapping and cheering. Believe it or not, the sound pressure per person we generate when we clap or cheer decreases significantly with the size of the group. We find similar effects when teams work on complex reasoning tasks and intellectual puzzles. So why do we see this effect? You know, the major reason is the diffusion of responsibility, our hiding in the crowd. We expect somebody else to pick up the slack. So what can we do about this effect? Well, the first insight comes directly from Ringelmann's studies, which is we create greater possibilities for social loafing in larger teams. So manage the size of the group and use smaller teams. You want to address social loafing early, before these dysfunctional norms set in, which are then very difficult to reverse. Assign meaningful tasks. Recall from our discussion in Course 1 on motivating and inspiring individuals that one of the most powerful ways to infuse a particular task with meaning is to show your teammates how what they do makes a difference in the lives of others. And recall a particular set of experiments by Adam Grant that we discussed, where Adam Grant studied university fundraisers. These offices, they're responsible for raising funds for scholarships. And it turned out that a lot of them didn't view their jobs as being particularly meaningful. And so what Adam Grant did is that he allowed some of these fundraisers an opportunity to meet the students who were the recipients of the scholarships for which they raised the funds. So imagine a student walks in and says, look, the only reason I can afford to go to college is because of the work that you've done. The performance effects were stunning. Those fundraisers who got an opportunity to meet a student spent 142% more time on the phone and raised 171% more money. But the especially stunning effects, especially powerful effects, were on the earlier free riders, who nearly quadrupled funds raised. Assign unique roles in teams. It turns out that we're less likely to free ride if we perceive that our outputs are going to be non-redundant with respect to the outputs of our teammates. And assigning unique roles in teams creates that expectation on our part. Make individual contributions identifiable. There's research showing that in brainstorming tasks, people generate up to 26% more ideas if their names are attached to the ideas they submit. Use hybrid team and individual reward structures. If I'm just assigning a team-level reward, a team-level bonus for a team-level outcome, and then I equally distribute that bonus among the teammates, I create the most fertile ground for social loafing. If, on the other hand, I give out only individual level rewards for individual performance, I create no incentives for team collaboration and cooperation. So use hybrid, blended reward structures of team and individual rewards. And finally, invest in relationships in your teams. Because if you do invest in relationships, I do what I do, not because I have to or because of the external incentives, but because I like and respect my teammates and have a sense of social obligation to them. So joint educational activities, offsites, retreats, social activities, all these initiatives help build and maintain relationships among your teammates. In the increasingly global world of business, it often happens that some of our teammates are more fluent than others in a lingua franca, or the primary language that's used for internal communications within the company. Many global firms, even if they're headquartered in France or Germany, often use English as their primary language of communication. And the varying level of fluency in that primary language can create a worrisome dynamic within teams. Research by Tzidal Neely from Harvard shows that we often equate language fluency with expertise and competence. And as a result, we can wrongly dismiss insights and contributions from those teammates who are less fluent in that language. This effect goes even further, where we often build status hierarchies in teams around language fluency and not actual competence and expertise. As you can see, that effect has very detrimental consequences, not only for your teams, but also for the entire organization. So what can we do about this? Now, I want to be clear that the responsibility for countering this effect lies with both the more fluent and the less fluent speaker of the language. As a more fluent speaker of lingua franca, solicit inputs from teammates prior to the meeting. Recognize that you're putting them in a particularly uncomfortable position when you ask them to speak off the cuff, impromptu in a meeting. Prepare written handouts in advance and make sure that your spoken language is aligned with the written language, in which case your handouts create a secondary redundant channel of communication. Adjust your vocabulary. It's probably a good idea to reduce the usage of idiomatic expressions, such as, do you have any skeletons in your closet? Your Asian teammates would also tell you that they often struggle with Americans' frequent use of sports analogies and metaphors. Monday morning quarterbacking, Who's the quarterback again? Why Monday? Why morning? Reduce the use of jargon and acronyms as well. And finally, actively engage others in the conversation. Refrain from dominating the meeting. If you're running a meeting using a conference call, it is a really good idea to make sure that each teammate owns and leads part of the conversation. That makes the team substantially more engaged. Now, as a less fluent speaker of lingua franca, first of all, resist avoidance behaviors. In some of Tzidal Neely's research, less fluent speakers of the primary language would just avoid going to meetings altogether. Now, you have to take your preparation to the next level. I often find that the less fluent speakers of the primary language that used within the company are thoughtful and diligent enough to prepare the script, but they really struggle when the presentation goes off script. And so it's, of course, critically important to think about what you're going to say and how you're going to say something in a presentation, your script. But then think about the most likely objections, questions, comments that can come up. How would you respond to these questions? Think and prepare your response. Some of the best orators and debaters in the world are so good not because they were born that way, but because they're exceptionally well prepared. If you're presenting, it's perfectly fine to pause and ask if people understand what you're saying. Ask colleagues to repeat if you missed a particular point. And then refrain from switching to your native language. Varying levels of fluency in that primary language creates a fault line or a division in the team between more fluent and less fluent speakers of language. And every time you switch to your native language, you typically deepen or exacerbate that fault line. So refrain from doing so. One way to make sure it doesn't happen to you in meetings is don't sit next to someone who speaks your native language.
So I think this is the biggest challenge for managers today, because as you build out teams, if you're a global organization, then not only do you have people all over the world, but that means there's leadership outside. For us, it's the US. And it can be really challenging. So I think the first thing you need to do is you need to make sure that each of the centers where you have employees understands what your core culture is, right? If you're all dry, now it doesn't mean it looks the same. So I've been on a mission the last several years to get to every office where we have more than 300 employees around the world. In fact, about to leave on a trip to Dubai and Mumbai and Singapore and Hong Kong. And having recently been to both Budapest and Glasgow and some of these, not our core offices. So you've got London and Tokyo and Hong Kong. And one of the things you see, and it's a beautiful thing to see, you walk in and you're in a Morgan Stanley office and you can feel the culture and it's palpable, and you could take these people and you could relocate them. So then you start to look at how does that actually happen? And I think the leadership needs to travel and connect face-to-face with people. Responsibility for big decision-making can't just sit, in our case, in New York. Because once you make the other centers feel like they have no power in the decision-making or the product development, then they're just followers. And what you want to make sure is that you have people that are being thoughtful and thinking. And so decentralized decision-making, common culture, leadership that knows each other, bring people together as often as possible. Keep calls sensitive to regional issues. So for example, in my department, we have a rule that global calls can only take place on Tuesdays and Thursdays, because for our people in Asia, they don't get to have dinner with their families because they were having calls every night during the week. And so by taking 3 nights off the table, literally, they now know Tuesdays and Thursdays, and it comes with the job, right? If you're going to work for Morgan Stanley and you're going to work in Asia, there's going to be calls. But your family now can have expectations and it can manage it. So be thoughtful about what their issues and concerns are. And when you do hold global meetings and calls, have them participate. By having them be passive listeners, they're not participating. They're online, they're watching TV, sitting back with a beer. You need to make sure that they are really engaged. So where you can, use video. and use technology where you can actually see each other, and it just completely forces people to engage differently.
Let's talk about managing conflict in teams. Now, the most important thing to recognize here is that we have two fundamentally different types of conflict that teams face. One is called task conflict. Sometimes it's also referred to as cognitive conflict. The other type is relationship conflict, also known as affective conflict. Now, task conflict is focused on disagreements about the task at hand. So I might disagree with you about the distribution channel we should use for our product, or about the assumptions we're making in net present value calculations. So I can tell you, John, I disagree with your approach to this particular task. Relationship conflict, in contrast, is focused on personalities and relationship dynamics. It entails and is described by interpersonal incompatibilities, animosities, tensions. So I can say, John, you're incompetent. You're the problem in our team. The reason it's so important for us to differentiate between these types of conflict is because they have vastly different consequences for team performance. Task conflict, if managed well, can be beneficial for team performance. It's a type of conflict that increases divergent viewpoints, opinions, interpretations, that enhances critical thinking and problem solving within teams. Task conflict is the type of conflict that can help you break that proverbial groupthink or ineffective consensus in teams. Relationship conflict invariably leads to detrimental consequences for team performance. It is highly destructive. It threatens viability of the team. It diverts energy. It minimizes communication and collaboration within teams. Minimizes general goodwill. It negatively impacts working relationships within teams. It makes teammates less perceptive to the ideas of other teammates. And in the end, your team spends time working on task-irrelevant issues as opposed to focusing on the task at hand. So this graph here shows the results of some of our own research at Michigan that demonstrates the distribution of types of conflict across teams. So specifically what this graph shows is that 31% of teams are described by low levels of task and relationship conflict. And 29.1% of teams have both high levels of relationship and high levels of task conflict. So looking at this graph, think about what teams here underperform. Now, it's essential to recognize that all these teams highlighted in red are at the risk of underperforming. The low teams, the teams that are described by low levels of task and low levels of relationship conflict, are the teams that avoid any sort of disagreement, any sort of debate. They're focused on getting along. These are the teams that are particularly prone to groupthink. Now, you don't want to be in the top row either, because these are the teams that have high levels of relationship conflict, and that conflict is detrimental for team performance. Now, a particularly interesting case is the top right corner, which are the teams that are high on both relationship and task conflict. Most typically what happens here is that teams are unable to control escalating and increasing levels of task conflict that spirals out of control and transforms into relationship conflict. One of the major causes of relationship conflict is increasing and escalating task conflict. It's the teams that in the bottom right corner, the ones that are high on task conflict and low in relationship conflict, that are most likely to capitalize on the benefits of constructive debate. Now, there are two risks that we need to keep in mind with respect to excessively high levels of task conflict. First of all, high levels of task conflict, exceptionally high levels of task conflict, can make implementation difficult because it might be harder to reach consensus. And secondly, high levels of task conflict can lower satisfaction in your team. And keep in mind that even if task conflict produces benefits for your team performance, you're typically at a high risk of developing relationship conflict. What research also tells us is that there are important temporal aspects of conflict management that we need to keep in mind. A study by Karen Jan and Elizabeth Mannix shows that high-performing teams have low levels of relationship conflict throughout the team's life cycle. And their task conflict peaks at about midpoint of a team's life cycle. And it's the timing of the task conflict, coupled with the absence of relationship conflict, that allows these teams to fully capitalize on the benefits of constructive debate, such as enhancing information flows, more critically evaluating divergent ideas, and just staying more focused on the task at hand. In low-performing teams, in contrast, you can see that relationship conflict increases throughout. So how do we mitigate relationship conflict? First of all, establish and reinforce norms that make vigorous debates the norm rather than the exception. If we install these norms in our teams, I'm less likely to take criticism personally. I'm also more likely to become a more skilled debater, where I criticize the ideas without attacking the individuals. Insist that the debates are resolved by referencing facts, assumptions, revisiting decision rules, not by the power of the loudest voice. You want to address relationship conflict early, at the earliest signs of interpersonal tensions and animosities. Try to transform, if possible, relationship conflict into task conflict. The absolute key precondition here is for your team to agree on a shared goal and shared vision. I really love this quote by Steve Jobs, who said that it's okay to spend a lot of time arguing about which route to take to San Francisco when everyone wants to end up in San Francisco. But a lot of time gets wasted in such arguments if one person wants to go to San Francisco and another person secretly wants to go to San Diego. Now, if some of our teammates secretly want to go to San Diego, have that secret private goal that's incongruent with the shared goals of the team, not only does that result in wasted time, but that puts your team on a fast track to relationship conflict. Because one of the key causes of relationship conflict is divergence of values and goals. So install procedures in your teams that would enable people to share their private goals and values. And invest in relationships so that people feel comfortable and trusting enough to share that information with you. You also want to avoid inflammatory language and ask people to restate their views if you feel such inflammatory language is used. So for example, if someone says that Mark is disruptive and is not pulling his weight on the team, ask them to state what specific behaviors are disruptive and what specific contributions can be improved and how. If you feel like relationship conflict is serious enough, it might make sense to take that discussion outside of the team meeting. And finally, manage task conflict iteratively. Keep in mind that one of the major causes of relationship conflict is escalating and increasing task conflict. So don't allow for too much divergence in your teams for too long. Make sure that you reach iterative agreements along the way. So at this point, I'm going to ask you to watch an episode of Conflict Resolution and think about whether you find that approach to resolving conflicts effective. What you've seen with Michael is not exactly the type of conflict resolution approach I would advocate for, although he does exhibit some nuggets of wisdom in his behaviors. Now, first of all, what type of conflict are we seeing here? If you watch the video carefully, you'll see signs of emerging relationship conflict, these interpersonal tensions and animosities. When Michael asks Oscar, what is the problem, Oscar's immediate response is, it's Angela. So it's down to personalities now. Now, to Michael's credit, he does a very good job of folding this conflict into a very specific task issue. When we approach conflicts, there are multiple ways we can resolve them. One broad way of resolving conflicts is by using power, formal or informal. Sometimes, however, we can find ourselves in a situation when we're at a power disadvantage. In this particular case, resolving conflicts using power is not the best way to go, clearly. Even if you hold a power advantage, using power to resolve conflicts can inflict irreparable damage on the relationships. So my advice would be use power-based strategies as an absolute last resort when you value the issue and the dispute so much more highly than the relationship at stake that you can put that relationship at risk. We can also resolve conflicts by using standards and rules, such as a standard of fairness. Keep in mind, however, that our interpretations of those standards can become egocentrically biased. And so that approach can fail too. By far the most effective approach to resolving conflicts would involve your attending to your interests and the interests of the other party. This way we can transform a dispute, an episode of conflict, into a negotiation. And the typical trap we fall into in resolving conflicts this way is where we get stuck on a single issue. We butt heads for a long time, and we end up meeting each other in the middle. That's the well-known compromising strategy, the Tuesday-Thursday example in the video. This is not an effective way to resolve conflicts. The most effective way to resolve conflicts is to recognize that in most situations we can add other issues to negotiation and begin to make trade-offs across those issues. So practically, I will do this for you if you do such and such for me is the most effective way to approach the resolution of any conflictual episode. What you do here is you recognize that you can add other issues to this negotiation. You also recognize that people can value these issues differently, and we can begin to make trade-offs across those issues. Let me give you an example. Two business units of a small high-tech firm were in a fierce dispute with each other about who gets a chance to hire a talented senior engineer who would also be very expensive for the firm as a one-time exception to a hiring freeze. Now, both business units had good candidates. So a power-based resolution strategy would entail one of the business units getting all of their senior managers and lobbying the CEO to make sure that they get a chance to hire this engineer and not the other group. A compromising strategy would be we each get half a person. So each group gets a part-time engineer. Not the most effective approach in this particular case. Now, a truly collaborative approach, this proverbial win-win strategy, entailed recognizing that one of the business units was in a desperate need of a larger R&D budget for the next fiscal cycle. So that information helped transform this single-issue negotiation, single-issue dispute that was focused exclusively on hiring to a two-issue negotiation focused on hiring and R&D funds allocation. And in the end, these groups were able to make trade-offs across issues. So one group got a chance to hire the senior engineer, and the second group got a one-time infusion in its R&D budget for the next year at the expense of reallocation from another group. So as we normally do at the end of each week, I would like for us to take a step back and reflect on the key insights from the entire week. So we started our discussion with the dive into coordination and coordination traps. And one particular insight to keep in mind is that in situations of reciprocal interdependence, the kind of interdependence that places the highest coordination demands on work, our instinctive response is often to centralize coordination, to take charge of planning all meetings. And that approach does backfire in many situations. So we talked about decentralizing coordination as one of the most effective responses. Recognize and manage common information effect. Keep in mind that in teams, we often spend an overwhelming amount of time discussing common information that we all have in common at the expense of unique information. And so we talked about very specific strategies and tactics to make sure that we can effectively surface unique information and making sure that it's listened to and attended to in our decision making. Remember that our levels of individual effort consistently drop when we work in teams. That's the problem with social loafing. It's particularly pronounced in larger groups. So we talked about very different strategies that would enable us to mitigate the effect of social loafing or free riding, such as managing the size of the team, on making sure that individual inputs are clearly identifiable. Be tuned to language dynamics in your teams. Recall that one of the major traps with respect to language is that we tend to conflate language fluency with expertise and competence. And as a result, we can wrongly dismiss the insights from those teammates who are less fluent in the language. And furthermore, we can have a team where the status hierarchy is formed not around an actual expertise and competence, but around language fluency. And so it's important to recognize that the responsibility for managing this dynamic rests with both the more fluent and the less fluent speakers of the language. And in approaching conflict management in teams, remember that there are two fundamentally different types of conflict that we face. One is task conflict, which is focused on the issues related to the task at hand. And the second is relationship conflict, that's focused on interpersonal animosities, tensions, incompatibilities. Task conflict, if managed well, can produce positive effects for your team performance. Relationship conflict invariably has negative consequences for your team performance. So we talked about very specific strategies to mitigate relationship conflict and resolve task conflicts. Thank you so much for listening and for staying with us. I'm looking forward to seeing you next week. Hello. It's good to see you again. I hope you're enjoying the course and finding it useful. This week we're talking about ways to create sustainable team performance and learning. And I would like for us to delve straight into the discussion of team performance. You know, I often approach managers and ask them, do you have a well-performing team? How would you begin to answer that question? Think about it for a minute. The most typical response I get is that I get all sorts of data documenting the performance of the team on a variety of objective performance metrics: sales statistics, cost reduction statistics, percentage of projects completed on time and on budget. And the performance of your team on those dimensions is clearly very important. But is it sufficient to define a well-performing team? What else should we consider? Let me share with you some data that comes from our own research done at Michigan. We categorized performance of teams in terms of their performance on objective performance and subjective performance. So the vertical dimension here describes the performance of the team on objective performance metrics, such as your sales statistics. The horizontal axis describes team's subjective or perceived performance, how teammates feel they did as a team on a particular task, whether effective or ineffective. The percentage number in each cell is the percentage of teams that are described by a particular combination of objective and subjective performance. You can quickly see that these two dimensions are far from being perfectly correlated. In fact, there are only about 60% of the teams that are described by consistent levels of subjective and objective performance. If I use your objective performance to predict how teammates feel about their performance on their team, I can at best explain about 20% of the variation. So looking at this 2x2, what teams would you worry about? Now, we would of course worry about the low teams, the teams that are low on objective performance and low on subjective performance. Those are the teams that are underperforming, they need help, they're struggling, and they know it. At least they're consistent. We would also worry about teams that are high on subjective performance but low on objective performance. Those are the teams that probably need a reality check. They feel like they're doing spectacularly well in their performance until they get that sales report or the customer satisfaction scores. And we would also worry about those teams that are high on objective performance, but low on subjective and perceived performance. Now, those are the teams that did really well on objective performance metrics, sales statistics, cost reduction statistics, but don't feel good about their performance. One of the reasons for this is that the teammates are not entirely satisfied with their experience of being in the group. We all know teams that have done really well objectively, but you know that if given a choice, the teammates would not want to work together again. And that condition, that situation becomes problematic because it becomes very difficult to sustain high levels of performance over time in that team. So when evaluating team performance, I recommend we ask at least 3 central questions. First of all, how did the team do on objective performance metrics? And this is where most team leaders start, but the problem is that this is often where they finish their line of questioning. That's not sufficient. It's also important to ask, are your teammates satisfied with group interaction? Effective teams contribute to personal, individual levels of satisfaction of their teammates and to the overall well-being of the team. Would your teammates want to work together again? And it's important to understand that high levels of satisfaction in your team have tangible economic implications. Without high levels of satisfaction, it's very difficult to sustain high levels of performance over time. If your teammates were to get a competing offer, everything else held equal, would they want to stay and be part of your team? We all know teams where teammates might want to take a pay cut just to get the heck out of that team. Again, it becomes very difficult to sustain high levels of performance in those teams. Face-to-face meetings and surveys are some of the most useful tools to collect information about teammate satisfaction. And the third question is our team learning as we go along? Most effective teams not only provide their teammates with a sense of personal accomplishment, but also provide them with critical developmental opportunities that enable them to improve their own knowledge and their skill set, but also contribute to the overall knowledge of the entire team. So the key questions to consider here are, is our team getting better? Next time our team is going to face a similar task, is it going to be more effective, more efficient? Am I seeing my teammates learn and develop in a way that would enhance team performance in the future? Do I see them help others on my team grow? Recall that in Course 2, we discussed 360s as some of the most effective tools to collect feedback from your peers, your managers, and your subordinates. These feedback tools are incredibly useful for assessing learning and development, so consider using them for that purpose.
I think that did we really do everything that we could? I mean, everything that we did. We'll have injuries. We will have young men who maybe have issues off the court. We'll have academic issues. We'll have some things get in the way. Given all those things, did we work at our very best? Given the knowledge that we had, did we make the best decisions for the knowledge that we had? And certainly the hindsight will kill you at the end. But did we just try and do our best? That's the only way we can measure it. I think what's really important is how you select your team. If they enjoy being around teammates that are like-minded, right, have similar goals, they don't have a lot of time away from their academics and away from basketball. So we have to value that. You could imagine when you're going through a grind of being a basketball player, being a full-time student, and then when you have free time, many times it's your roommate or the guys you hang out with you don't like. That's a very lonely world. That's work, and then you don't have any type of way to have fun. So we ensure that in the recruiting process, we vet all that so that when times are tough academics and basketball, times are tough, they still have this relationships with their teammates that will help them rise and continue to stay with it. Just like a family. I know as I began the coaching career, ups and downs, ups and downs, ups and downs. When I would go home to Kathleen and the kids, that would energize me. That's where I got my strength. And so I think it's the same thing when whether if it's in a business world and they're going to the coffee room, they're going to go have a drink afterwards, they're going to go to lunch, and they're with people they really like, you can get through anything when you're in that type of environment.
High-performing organizations like the exciting challenge. So forget about what the manager wants. People always, they may not say they do, but they always want that extra thing to go after and to work towards, that the high of that deal or of that excitement. And so, as an organization thinks about times when they should be more complacent in execution on what they do every day really well versus chasing that, I think there's this demand for that thing. And so I think it's incumbent upon the manager to really figure out what the right thing is and kind of provide the safety rails. Away from that, I think if you have a strong culture, if you have a set of values, if you had a set of guiding principles and you kind of match those against everything you're about to take on, you'll be okay. I think if you freeform it and you just, you have no sort of safety rails around your thinking, you can drive an organization crazy. And I think it's very hard for organizations to perform at the highest levels when the desired outcome is constantly changing. And change is really good, right? Our economy changes, so we need to be a financial services institute that changes. But how we approach it and how we think about it doesn't need to. And we're in a place right now where we want to reward those people that turn away business because it's not consistent with our values and culture, and it's not good for Morgan Stanley, and it's the wrong thing to do for the client, not just the people that go out and chase the business. Having said that, look, we want the business, but it's got to be the right kind of business.
We often use teams to come up with creative insight, to generate unique ideas, to brainstorm. What is your intuition? How would a team fare in its brainstorming performance compared to the same number of individuals working independently? So to clarify, I can get a team of 4 and ask them to brainstorm, or I can get a group of 4 people, put them in separate rooms, and ask them to brainstorm independently. Who would come up with a greater number of ideas and ideas of better quality, the team or the individuals working independently? The reality is that teams stand no chance in brainstorming compared to the same number of individuals working independently. This table here documents a very typical pattern of results, where you can see that individuals working independently come up with more than 2.5 times the number of ideas and nearly 3 times the number or the percentage of good ideas, as evaluated by independent experts. Adrian Furnham, a professor of psychology at the University College of London, summarized it very succinctly. He says the evidence from science suggests that business people must be insane to use brainstorming groups. So why is it that teams so consistently underperform the same number of individuals working on a brainstorming task? One of the most straightforward and somewhat trivial explanations is that of production blocking. In a team meeting, we need to take turns to speak, and that naturally reduces the number of ideas each one of us can communicate. Somebody else's speaking can prove to be distracting and interfere with my own thinking. Another key problem is evaluation apprehension. In brainstorming meetings, people are often explicitly instructed not to evaluate or criticize one another's ideas. But in spite of that, we're often concerned that people will judge us by the quality of our ideas. And that fear of judgment, fear of negative evaluation leads us not to share some of our ideas. And in fact, research shows that that fear of evaluation often leads us to withhold and not discuss some of our most original, most creative ideas. Another detrimental dynamic that we're seeing in teams brainstorming is the dynamic of anchoring. Recall our discussion of influence in Course 3. We talked about anchoring as a very powerful influence tactic. The idea here is that when we are given a piece of information, we're only incrementally just off of that piece of information. So in the team brainstorming meeting, I can be subconsciously influenced by the ideas my teammates are communicating. And as a result, my ideas are likely to be much more similar to their ideas, which you can see in the aggregate reduces the diversity of ideas our team generates as a whole. It's interesting, but some consulting companies out there advise companies to use the yes and technique in brainstorming. The idea of that technique is, after a teammate spoke, I would start my sentence with yes and. And the logic behind this is that by using yes and, I'm less likely to regress to negative evaluation or to critiquing somebody's idea, which is very helpful to stimulate a brainstorming session. But unfortunately, that phrase yes and also pushes us to come up with ideas that are more similar to those of our teammates. And as a result, again, collectively reduce the diversity of ideas we can generate as a group. There's also this pervasive problem of social loafing, which we discussed just last week, wherein in any task, we just don't work as hard in a team setting compared to how hard we would work individually. We expect somebody else to pick up the slack in a team. What's particularly worrisome about these dynamics is that teams are completely oblivious to their bad performance in brainstorming. Research by Paul Paulus and colleagues shows that when asked, teams believe they've done spectacularly well on brainstorming, while in reality they're not even close. So you have this peculiar effect of the illusion of group productivity when it comes to creative output. So one of the most effective approaches you can take to stimulate better creative output, better ideas from your teammates, is you want to solicit creative ideas from teammates individually before the meeting, via emails, face-to-face meetings, or surveys. If that is not possible, at least ask your teammates to think individually about their ideas for a couple minutes and write them down on a piece of paper before opening a broader discussion. Structurally, one of the most effective ways to generate better creative output in your team is to use the nominal group technique. Now, you would start by asking each participant to work alone and write down his or her individual ideas first. Then each participant would present his or her ideas and would write them down on the board. At this point, no discussion is allowed until all ideas are on the board. After all ideas have been presented, you would conduct an open discussion for clarification purposes only. So you could clarify the ideas, but no evaluative comments are allowed. So you cannot talk about whether it's a good idea or bad idea, is it feasible or not feasible. And then you would ask the teammates to vote by secret, private vote to rank order the ideas. The secret ballot here makes individual evaluations confidential. And this is really important because any type of a public vote can activate social proof or that pressure to conform to the majority. Recall our discussion of influence in Course 3 once again. A public vote might push me to vote for those ideas that other people find creative. Some time ago, IDEO, one of the leading design firms headquartered in California, circulated the video of its brainstorming processes, citing them as being particularly effective. Now, the process was very similar to a nominal group technique in the first 3 steps. But in the final step, each person, each teammate, would get a fixed number of stickers or post-its, and they would post them next to the ideas on the board that they liked the most. Again, be careful, because that's an equivalent of a public vote, where subconsciously I may be influenced by what other people think are good ideas. I may put my sticker next to those ideas that already have a lot of stickers. Let me give you another very practical piece of advice as to how you can quickly and effectively improve the brainstorming performance of your team. Recall that teams are not very much aware of their bad performance in brainstorming and creative sessions. One of the reasons for this is that they lack a proper benchmark, that baseline for performance. So use a part of your session to create that benchmark, that baseline. Start by setting a tight timeline for a brainstorming session, say 10 minutes. And then after the first 10 minutes, challenge your team to double its performance in the next 10 minutes in terms of the number of ideas generated. Research by Lee Thompson shows that in the second 10 minutes, 93% of teams increase their per-person productivity, and that productivity goes up by an average of 57%. Think of your current team. Which set of statements would best describe your team? The ones on the left or on the right? Pause the video and think about this for a minute. Research by Amy Edmondson and colleagues suggests that if your team is best described by statements on the left, your team is high in psychological safety. A simple descriptor here is mistakes in this team are serious, so you're never afraid to tell the manager. If your team is best described by statements on the right, it's low in psychological safety. An example of a statement that describes a team that's low in psychological safety would be, in this team, people are put down for being different. Psychological safety is a shared belief in your team that the team is safe for interpersonal risk-taking. If your team is high in psychological safety, teammates are able to show and employ oneself without the fear of negative consequences to their status, their self-image, or their careers. Now, psychological safety is often a tacit or taken for granted belief and assumption in your teams, meaning that it's not attended to directly or discussed by teammates individually or by the team as a whole. And yet psychological safety has massive implications for how successful your team is in learning and overall performance. The reason for this is that if my team is high in psychological safety, it alleviates my concerns about others' responses and reactions to my behaviors that carry the risk of threat for public humiliation or embarrassment, which many learning behaviors do. So if I feel like my team is high in psychological safety, I'm more likely to point out what I think can be errors in our decision-making. I'm more likely to ask questions without the risk of appearing incompetent. Not surprisingly, research finds that teams that have well-developed psychological safety make fewer errors. They're much more likely to overcome the common information effect and capitalize on the unique information insights of its teammates. And they're much more effective in learning and acquiring new knowledge. So what are some of the drivers of psychological safety within teams? The first thing to recognize is that team leader behaviors set a very salient standard of what's acceptable or not within the team, thereby profoundly impacting the climate of psychological safety in your team. Being accessible and approachable helps immensely. Take a look at how people notice and evaluate those leader behaviors. Eric is very accessible. He's in his office, always just 2 seconds away. He can always take 5 minutes to explain something, and he never makes you feel stupid. Explicitly inviting input and feedback from others. Vicky gave us a talk about what minimally invasive surgery is about, what results she expected, and told us to immediately let her know if anything is out of place. And mean it. We're not just talking about your beautiful rhetoric here, but how you behave when you get comments and questions that are not exactly aligned with your perspective. What are your verbals and nonverbals when people communicate bad news to you? Modeling openness and fallibility as a leader helps immensely to drive psychological safety. Stephen models this behavior. He will say, "I screwed up. My judgment was bad in this case." I've been fortunate to know and work with one of the premier mountaineers in the world, Dave Morton. Dave summited Mount Everest, the tallest mountain in the world, 6 times. He frequently tells me that on his expeditions, people so badly want to summit that they actively conceal information about their health, such as when they're beginning to suffer from high altitude sickness. You can see that that puts not just the person in question in danger, but the entire team at risk, because you cannot afford to have a disabled person on the climb. So what he does is he models openness and fallibility in his teams. If he's not feeling well, he tells that to his teammates. He says, "Look, I'm really having a tough day today. I'm really out of breath on this stretch." And if your leader feels comfortable admitting to such vulnerabilities, the rest of the team feels comfortable doing so as well. Some of the other factors and drivers of psychological safety that you might want to employ. One is build and invest in trusting relationships so that people feel comfortable speaking up and opening up to you in a team setting. What that requires is for you to connect with teammates outside of the task at hand. Learn about their pets, their families. Connect with them in their social lives. Use simulations or practice fields. They're very useful for developing psychological safety for 2 reasons. One is simulated experiences create a safe learning environment where you remove the consequences of actual errors, financial or medical. And secondly, they communicate the importance of learning to your team, where you realize that it's not always possible to get it right on the first try. And the final factor, which is quite intuitive, but there's a lot of empirical research behind it, is make sure you provide access for your team to resources and information. What empirical research shows is that teams that are rich in resources and information are less likely to feel defensive and insecure when it comes to distributing those resources within teams and across teams. And as a result, they can be much more effective at developing and maintaining the healthy climate of psychological safety. I would like for us to continue to learn from one another in this course. And so I'll ask you to please go to the discussion forum, the thread on psychological safety, and share your ideas, your experiences, your observations on how we can develop psychological safety in our teams.
Generally, some years we'll have 50% new team, or we might be down to, like this year, 10% a new team. Each year, the dynamic changes. I think we expect people to be growing. We expect people to be changing. Their personalities are changed. Their life changes. And so we go into each year sort of with a blank canvas about what do we have this year? We have strokes that we know we'll be using in that canvas, but they may be in different spots. So we're always sort of reevaluating to see, all right, what's best in the long run. And the big issues that you always have to do, what could be best in the short term may not be best in the long term. And trying to combine those things are very difficult. And that's the challenge for us right now as we build this team. And every year that we have, how do you get to this success at the end of the rainbow, at the end of your season, at the end of whatever your fiscal year is, and sort of sacrifice in the beginning to get there? We have to win in November to establish a resume that would look good in March, even though you think it's down the stretch. I would think in the business world, if your fiscal year is going to look good, you got to get those some accounts going earlier to make it look good in the long run. So we're always trying to balance that, but I really rely on my staff to just go day by day. What's the best decision for us today? Even if we are maybe out on that edge a little bit now, thinking about tomorrow too much, we're still trying to go and just say, what is real? What do we see right now? And then get our coaches all to have really informed decisions with their opinions. I don't want them just shooting from the gut sometimes. I want them to really think a lot. We do a lot of things. I want everybody to think about this. Let's talk about it tomorrow. And that way we're not sort of getting in the way of each other's thoughts. And I try to give them each a couple minutes, and then they talk and try to go in different orders so that we don't have the same guy leading off. And with my team right now that we've assembled, and it is on purpose, we have a unique situation where we have nobody's a yes man and nobody is a powder if we don't listen to them. They're all ready to give information and then do what's best for the team. Well, I think you have to, first of all, you can't take back the spoken word. So that particular thing is very important. You have to measure what you're going to say in your communication. At the same time, you have to be as forthright as possible. So I think choosing your words that you're going to use in your dialogue cannot be those that are inclusive and they're ones that are like, that we'll never have again, or we'll never let that happen again, or something like this. You got to really choose that we're going to communicate. We have to communicate better. And we want to try to eliminate these situations. And because if we can almost eliminate them, we're going to be so much better off. Whether it's communication with our staff about the particular team we're playing, what's happening in the recruiting world, all those things, got to continue to encourage it. At the same time, you cannot say things in those situations that would ruin your relationship with whether your team or your coaching staff for a long time. Yet, as angry as you are, again, strength. I don't think there's strength when you're demeaning people. I think that may make you feel really good for like a 5 seconds. There, I got that off my chest. And now the player of the staff isn't nearly as good as he was. Sometimes you have to be demanding. That's obvious. But you have to choose those words in making those demands that really are ones that he can grow from. Hit and hug, we say. Hit and hug. So if you need to make that hit, you got to hug right afterwards. You got to make sure that they understand you're with them all the way. We try to have as much personal time with each player so that he feels comfortable that you know him for more just his ability as a player. You want to know him as a person. And the same thing, the two of the groups that we have, one is we have one of our assistant coaches working on player-coach relationships. Then we have another coach that works on player-to-player relationships so that they're stepping outside that comfort zone as often as possible. I mean, there's not too many of them that probably are thinking, oh, man, I really want to go to lunch with Coach Beilein. But when they go to lunch with me and we're just talking about their family, their life, their girlfriend, their studies, their career, then I'm not their coach anymore. And so same thing with them, each other. You might have a freshman and a senior. They might be rooming together. They're rooming together. Because we put them together. They need each other. So we're always trying to promote this. We have drills in practice called Figure It Out, where I'm saying, let's get a blue, let's get a maize team, right? We're starting in 10 seconds, and 9, 8, and now they have to talk and figure it out. So those communication things are just really key, and they're simple. But nobody's going to communicate if they don't believe you're sincere in your love for them, that you care about them. You actually care about them. We used to say, rules without relationships equals rebellion. And we can do everything you want, but if you don't build that relationship strong, then all those other things fly out the window.
One of the most powerful ways to facilitate sustainable levels of performance and learning in your team is to develop transactive memory. Transactive memory encompasses two key components: One is the stocks of knowledge possessed by your teammates, and the second is awareness of who knows what in the team. It turns out that the benefits of transactive memory are quite significant. First of all, transactive memory allows you to engage in better search and acquisition of information. So teams that are high in transactive memory, that have well-developed transactive memory systems, know which teammate is responsible for remembering what piece of information in a meeting with a client. Teammates that have well-developed transactive memory are much better at tacit coordination. What that means is that these teams are much more effective, efficient, and precise in working on complex tasks that require a significant degree of interdependence. They're much better at reducing the redundancy of effort and reducing the cognitive burden on the teammates. Teams with well-developed transactive memory systems are also significantly less likely to fall into the common information trap. Recall from our discussion just last week that one of the most pervasive problems in teams is the common information effect, where in making decisions, in solving problems, we rely on the information that teammates have in common, thus often disregarding unique information. Teams with strong transactive memory are much more likely to overcome that effect, because teammates are substantially more aware of the unique skills and knowledge that their teammates bring to the table, and therefore they're much more likely to surface unique information and capitalize on it effectively. Transactive memory is especially helpful for those teams that work on tasks that require memory and information retrieval. If transactive memory is so consequential for teams' performance and learning, how do we develop it? One of the most powerful insights comes from research done by Diane Leung and colleagues. They set up a study where they asked participants to assemble AM radios. Some participants were assigned to assemble radios individually, others in teams. Now, participants were given these assembly kits, which included the circuit board, a variety of mechanical and electrical components. So your goal was to figure out where to plug the components into the circuit board and how to connect them in a way that the radio works. So the process unfolded as follows. First of all, the facilitator instructed you on how to assemble the radio. Then you would work either individually or in teams to assemble the radio. If you were assigned to work in teams, you would assemble the radio together with your teammates. If you were assigned to work individually, you would work on that task independently. After that, the facilitator would review your product, identify possible errors, and advise you on how to fix them. Now, 1 week later, participants were asked to assemble the radio again, and this is where it gets really interesting. Participants who trained individually were asked to assemble the radio with other participants who also trained individually. And participants who trained as a team were asked to assemble the radio with that same team. Look at the results of the second assembly, which are quite stunning. What you can see here is that people who trained with the team were substantially better at recalling the details of the procedure, recalling on average over 25 steps compared to only 16 steps for those who trained individually. People who trained with a team were also substantially more accurate in their assembly, making fewer than 2 errors on average, compared to over 5 for those who trained individually. Furthermore, independent judges evaluated those teams that trained together as a team as being significantly better at coordination. So you can see that teams that trained together as a team were significantly better in their overall performance. They improved their coordination, in part due to the development of transactive memory. In a related study, scholars evaluated a broader range of training approaches in terms of their efficacy for developing transactive memory. The outcome here, the performance scale, is the assembly errors. So lower numbers indicate better performance. So one group of participants went through 1 day of individual training, and then on the day of the test, they were assigned to a group of teammates who also trained individually. Another group of participants, light blue, trained individually for a day, and then had a 2-day team building workshop before being assigned to work with the teammates who also trained individually and went through the same workshop. The third group, the dark blue, those teammates trained as a team and tested with the exact same team. And the final group, this gray group, they trained as a team together, but on the day of the test, they were assigned to a different team. And you can see that training with the same team produced by far superior performance than any other training approaches. Teams naturally develop transactive memory as they continue to work on different tasks. But sometimes it takes a while for us to learn the unique knowledge and skill sets that our teammates bring to the table. And so it takes us a while to capitalize on those skill sets in a coordinated fashion. Training here helps immensely. But there's a big qualifier. Training helps if you train with your work team. And this is not a trivial distinction because many companies send people for training individually, or when they send them in teams, it's typically not their work teams. Training becomes particularly helpful if it's focused on the task to be done, so on that particular assembly that your team needs to complete. Simulated experiences are incredibly valuable here because they allow you to go through the process without the negative consequences of actual errors. Keep in mind that transactive memory is especially helpful and valuable for those teams that are focused on execution, surgical teams, firefighters, assembly teams, manufacturing teams. Also, any teams that rely on memory and information retrieval in their tasks. You can also see how critical it is to foster continuity in team membership for those teams, because high turnover is incredibly disruptive for the development of transactive memory. Developing a climate of psychological safety in your teams, facilitating the development of transactive memory. All these conditions facilitate team learning and sustainable levels of high performance in your teams. But there are other conditions you can employ to facilitate team learning, defined as sharing, storage, retrieval, and accumulation of knowledge within your teams. The first is emphasizing strategic imperative of learning. Recall that as early as Course 1 in the specialization, we talked about the importance of goals in directing our attention and energy toward those activities that support these goals. Not surprisingly, research finds that if we set the strategic imperative of staying technically competent and being innovative in our teams, that significantly and positively influences how often and how actively people update their stock of knowledge. You want to foster continuity in team membership. This is because high levels of turnover are incredibly disruptive for the development of psychological safety, transactive memory, and trust, all of which are essential conditions for stimulating learning and development in your teams. Post-action debriefing is absolutely key. Research by Michael Schippers and Astrid Homan from the University of Amsterdam shows that for those teams that even had very low levels of performance in the beginning, systematic reflection and debriefing of those experiences led to significant improvement in their performance in just a few months. What differentiated those teams is that they met regularly to discuss if they're being effective or ineffective as a team. Our own research done at Michigan shows comparable effects, that your ability to learn from experience is severely limited unless you systematically debrief and reflect on those experiences. And finally, research also suggests that sharing workload with all of your teammates on every task and engaging every teammate on every task stimulates high levels of learning. But be careful here, because engaging every teammate in every task typically raises coordination costs. That's because you would end up slicing the tasks more thinly than necessary. So you have to recognize and manage this very fine trade-off, that Sharing workload can stimulate learning, but it can also increase coordination costs. So in the spirit of continued learning from one another, I'd like you to go to the discussion forum, Team Learning Thread, and discuss the strategies, the approaches you find useful to facilitate learning in your teams.
You're going to have all kinds of adversity and conflict in anything in life, but in particular in a basketball season, you're going to have 30. You could have 35 games of up and down, up and down, and up and down of the difficulty of the task, the adversity that you have, and we try and stay as a coaching staff like that. We want them to see strength. We don't want to see a coach who's up and down. We don't want to see a coach that's getting technicals every game and just real and screaming at the players. We want to have them see this. However, as hard as it is, and everybody that knows anything about leadership knows this, that adversity is your true friend, even though you don't believe it at the time. That somewhere, somehow, it's going to come back. It's going to be your treasure one day. And as a result, I think Rick Pitino said this in some book I read, your failure is fertilizer for growth. This growth mindset we have in conflict is a key to success. You have to look at it and say, okay, I don't know if it's 1 year later, 5 years later, 10 years later, but this is good stuff for us. How can we best use it to serve us in the future? We're at Wisconsin. We had never won at Wisconsin. We were about to win at Wisconsin. We were up by 3 points with 2.5 seconds to go, and they threw in a 3 and beat us in overtime. And I remember going into the locker room, that guys our rule is after a game, nobody does anything. Guys were like on their phone. They were like so upset. And we just tried from that moment on, to say that stuff is never happening again. And that you watch down the road, and maybe it's this season in front of all of you, where this is going to help us win a game that probably is more important than this game. And sure enough, we had very similar situations in our game with Kansas and our game with Syracuse, where we were up by 3 with 2 or 3 seconds to go. Everybody was locked in the huddle, and we made them take really tough shots. So that was one time that I remember going into the locker room, and it was like I looked at everybody, and their heads were slumping, and they were like through, because we had been through a tough stretch of games playing big-time teams every night. And it was probably a really important time in our season. The other one I think I already mentioned we lost to an 0-13 Penn State team. And we went back into that after being up by 13 with 8 minutes to go. It was as low as you can get after a game. And I told them about it. But the next day, the team, from this growth mindset that we try to instill, but it's not like we're putting computer chips in them. They have to grow through it. They called their own meeting and made it right. So I think these times that are so difficult, I look at them it's painful. I don't sleep. These times of adversity or conflict are so difficult, but I do know down the road that's you got to have those type of conflicts to really have the good things happen to you on your team. One thing that we do have is that they all want to be in the NBA. They want to be NBA players. And we try to convince them here's how you get to be an NBA player is you end up, you got to develop your talents. What do NBA coaches like? People that win. And what do GMs draft? People that win as well. They want to see some dog in you. They want to see, and I mean that in a good way, a guy that really prioritizing, playing the right way, living the right way. And as a result, they come in with this expectation of this growth mindset. I'm going to come into Michigan. They are going to keep pushing me and pushing me without this idea to hurry to the NBA. It's like I got to go through this process of getting better and winning, the two of them. And once again, we were very, very truthful with them in the beginning. If you're in a hurry to get there, that's probably not going to happen. We want you to grow and grow and grow. And that way they see themselves just in a whole different part of this process that they have to go through. If you like your program and you like that, you think the foundation's there right now, and I think that's here right now. We have the facilities, we have the staff. You got to look at it's partly like a blue chip stock. You got to say, listen, we're going to have our good and bad days, but this blueprint works, and you just need to follow this blueprint, and we're going to listen to you. We want you to add to this, right? This plan works. We want you to add to it, though. It's not set in stone, but this general idea that is going to work, and that way they believe in it. And once again, relationships. If they know you care about more than just that blueprint, they care more about them personally, they will believe you. You always say the coaches, the players will run through a wall for you, right? Those coaches are the ones that are still coaching, but it's ones that they have this type of idea where it's us against the world, it's us against the team, it's like this thing it's not a healthy environment when there's so much up and down every day in the office or in the practice, up and down, up and down. It's not healthy. And so if you put them in that environment again, where they know you have a culture that works, you point out other cultures that work. For us, it would be like the San Antonio Spurs. They do pretty well every darn year, and they've had good players, but they also have a lot of guys that maybe nobody thought they were good until they went to the Spurs. So you're trying to show them prime examples of other either universities or pro teams that work.
As we normally do at the end of each week, I would like for us to take a step back and reflect on the key insights, key aha moments from the entire week of content. Now, let's start by recalling the fact that team performance is a multidimensional construct. It's not a unidimensional construct. It's important to measure the performance of your team on objective performance indicators, which is the blue segment in the Michigan Model of Leadership. Your sales statistics, your cost reduction statistics. But it's not sufficient. It's also important to evaluate the performance of your team in the yellow segment of the Michigan Model of Leadership, which is your teammates' satisfaction with the team performance and processes within the team. It's also important to evaluate how well the team is learning going forward, which is the green segment in the Michigan Model of Leadership. We need to proactively manage creativity in our teams. It is a pretty painful realization that teams are by far inferior to the same number of individuals working independently in creative tasks, such as brainstorming. We talked about the variety of reasons as to why this is the case, which range from the fear of negative evaluation of our ideas all the way to social loafing. We talked about very specific, very concrete techniques that would enable us to stimulate better creative output in our teams, such as the nominal group technique. Create a climate of psychological safety in your teams, which is the environment that's safe for interpersonal risk-taking. We talked about different ways and strategies to create that environment in your teams. Pay special attention to leader behaviors because they set a very salient example and benchmark of what's acceptable and not acceptable within the team. Develop transactive memory in your teams. Transactive memory is incredibly helpful for tacit coordination and learning. And one of the key ways, the central way to develop transactive memory in your team is to keep practicing and working with your work team. And finally, facilitate other conditions that stimulate learning in your teams. We talked about, for instance, the division of labor, that if you divide labor in a way that engages every teammate in every task, that greatly facilitates learning and allows you to excel in the green quadrant of the Michigan Model of Leadership. But beware, because by dividing the work in such a way that every teammate is engaged in every single task, you typically raise coordination costs and compromise your performance in the red quadrant of the Michigan model of leadership. This is because you would end up slicing the tasks way too thinly than otherwise necessary. So recognize this trade-off and manage it effectively. This concludes our 4th course. I hope you found the insights from it useful, valuable, and practical. Thank you so much for your continued engagement and commitment to the course. It's very rewarding to see so many of you do so well in this specialization. I look forward to working with many of you in our capstone. Thank you so much again. Take care and good luck in your leadership endeavors.